Hiya, papaya. It's me. It's your gal. It's your gal. It's me. We're back with more Twofold. Yee. Last time we played, we're failing school. We're failing colleg. We're failing our colleg. Can't believe we're failing colleg.
Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho, to you.
Good morning, Possum. Hi. How you doing this fine afternoon? How is your sapphic Sunday going? Because mine's been pretty okay as well. Normal. Mine's pretty okay so far. Nothing exciting. But yeah, last time Olive is failing school, so they need to take one more credit. It was between a literary credit and a art credit, and which was art credit, and now we're here doing art. I see. You were speedrunning you were speedrunning the game. I see. Okay. Fun. Just now the animated icons, love that. What up? Let's start. The Caprice time. You can rename the page. Bog. I'm on page 3. Well, I'm on page 3 already. Well, that was fast. We're burning through pages. That's concerning. That's concerning how quick I'm burning through pages. But it's fine. What go wrong? I'm not gonna run out of pages at all, surely. I see. Lovely. Whoa. You missing anything? Nothing. Okay. It was just a chap card. Okay. Plenty of pages. All your sound clipping. I see. Okay, let's see. What was the voice? It was. Well, that's because the day passed in a blur. I don't think I could honestly say what the topic was about. But since it was just computer literacy, it probably didn't matter anyway. Diverting myself from my usual course towards the bike racks. Head towards the art building on the other side of the campus. The rampus. Yes, the rampus. I try not to bump into the streams of people leaving or entering the campus, either escaping towards home or hurriedly rushing to their clubs. But it's a fruitless effort. It's been 2 weeks since our club orientation / pizza party. Since then, the meetings have been even more scattershot than I have expected. Both times, Caprice either left early or rescheduled at the last minute for another day. In the end, it didn't affect me too much since we trade notes on class. Still, my worst fears about the art club being so casual are coming true, and as I make my way towards the next meeting, a feeling of dread hangs over me.
Hey.
Hey. Lost in my thoughts, it takes me a minute to register when Haley calls out to me for a few steps behind.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Unlike usual, Haley's headphones are already slung over her neck, like she was expecting me.
Off to the art club?
I sure am.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I'm not sure if it'll happen today or not. It probably won't, yeah.
Oh.
Sorry to break the bad news. man, I really picked the wrong club, huh?
His expression shifts to something slightly more emotive. Disappointed.
No. Either choice has its own issues. The writing club is barely holding together too, since Darren left.
Darren left? Whoa. Oh. Again. Darren quitting isn't exactly a surprise, considering the circumstances. Knowing it since high school helped to keep the atmosphere a bit more manageable overall. Being stuck between Heather and Millie is a pretty solid deal breaker. No, Cyrus, don't leave the writing club. I look at Haley, who gives me a non-committal shrug. Looks almost as downtrodden as I feel.
I joined to help keep the numbers up, but there's no helping the attitude of the other members. Look, I know it's probably weird coming from me, but if you could give the art club an honest try, it'd really help me out.
I'm not following. Haley doesn't seem to mind if I do or not.
Caprice is doing her best. She won't let you fail your semester. She's just got a lot going on lately.
Up. Hello? Where'd I go? Hello? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? It's like I'm possessed or some shit. I'm not. I swear.
I'll keep that in mind. What's going on exactly?
I shouldn't really be the one to tell you that.
Great. Haley puts on her headphones, clearly ending the conversation. Or at least putting an end to any more questions.
I gotta go. See you.
Okay, but... And you're gone.
Haley turns a corner, out of sight, clearly in a rush to get somewhere. I rub my eyes, willing myself to not turn around and head home for the day. Whatever her reason, if Caprice is going to call off the club today, I should at least show up just as I did. Walk into the hall and up the stairs. I try to repress whatever feelings of anxiety remain. I'm out of options and there's no going back to my decision. This is my best bet. For better or worse, I need to make the most of it. Before I even reach the door, I can hear the muffled sounds of Caprice's energetic shouting. The people in the building really have to deal with all this. Deal with this all the time, huh? I can't read still. I open the door as quietly as I can.
Experimentation! Let it flow through you. Let the medium speak to you.
What?
Sounds suspiciously like a free study period.
Well, that's exactly what it is. You have to fly the nest sometime.
When I close the door, it closes with an audible click. Loud enough to make Caprice's head turn like a cat who just spotted a mouse. Where? Where's mouse? Where's rat? A rat? Where's rat? Rat where? Where? Where's rat?
Olive, welcome. You're late.
Caprice, thank you. Sorry.
But the front desk, art supplies are scattered all over the desk. Everything from paint tubes to crayons to glitter glue.
Did I interrupt you?
Yes.
Yes, with perfect timing too. Come sit.
Oh,
I'm good.
I'm good. I I'm good.
Whoa, what a cold response. Did you have a bad day?
I'm having a bad afternoon.
Per usual.
Huh? I thought it's been pretty nice so far. An Eileen bad is an average Joe's great.
Allison giggles and Eileen closes her eyes in possibly mocking frustration.
Ooh, you're cute.
Whoa.
But I'm way cuter.
Bunlivia resubbed for 8 months. Juster 45 spin, 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 Juster 45 spin.
Hi, Believe. Thanks for the 8-month resub. Look at you go. 8 months. Poggers. Hi, welcome, welcome. Either she is sincerely upset, it melts away instantly as Ashley shuffles closer to her, muttering something from their dinner plans for later. Give it a nice try, says Haley. Here goes nothing.
So, what's with the table? Something about a free period? I was actually hoping to review the lecture from last week.
What? A scary glint catches in Caprice's eyes as she pulls her hat down, slightly shadowing her face.
You walked right into my trap. Last week's lecture was all about artistic choices. Why does an artist choose dry media over wet? A 2D painting over a 3D sculpture?
I'm
not
not
really
really understanding
understanding
the
the
second
second
time
part
around
of it.
either.
A true Renaissance artist was experienced in many forms of art.
Each and every medium has unique capabilities.
Caprice, please, never do that ever again. Please, I beg of thee, do not.
The best thing to do to understand these artists is do.
Putting her hands on her hips, Caprice looks at all of us like a captain at the helm of a ship, unwavering on the rocky waters ahead. A captain on a ship, on the helm, on rocky waters. It's time to plunder what?
I have things to do today, so it's up to all of you to support each other. Mostly Olive.
So you're leaving.
What? You're leaving?
I know Haley told me to expect it, but it's hard not to be disappointed all the same. Caprice turns to me, bowing her head and lowering her voice to speak to me directly.
I'm really sorry. I'm not usually flaky. I just have some family stuff to do.
I see. Okay, that's fair.
It is really good practice, though. Try out a few things here and see how you feel. It'll give you some insight into the strengths and weaknesses of different forms. You've been drawing different cacti and plants, right?
Maybe.
Try doing that, but in a way you haven't yet.
Like, out of cardboard. Have you thought of making cacti in cardboard? Cardboard cacti. You ever thought of that? It's a novel idea.
I'll give it a shot. I guess.
That's the spirit!
Is it? Caprice's phone buzzes in her pocket. She takes a moment to glance at the screen. Her smile wavers slightly, and then when she returns it to its place, her voice has lost just a bit of excited edge.
Well, I'm up. Have a good time, everyone. Wallace, would you mind locking up my stuff when you guys leave?
Sure. Take care.
See ya, Caprice.
Eileen has already turned to her own bag, obviously ignoring the prompts for the day as she takes out tubes of paint and well-used brushes. Okay, have fun. I'm excited to see it, I guess. I don't know what you can do on just yet, but I'll get there. Caprice gives 2 thumbs up and hops out the room, taking out her phone and dialing as she does. Too late, I realize. I forgot to ask her about the note she was going to lend me. I'll have to ask her later and see if she'll be up to share them before the weekend. With a sigh, it looks like I'll have to figure this out myself. I took a look at all the supplies on the table, trying to figure out what exactly to try out.
Olive.
Yes?
Hey, Allison.
I don't think I've heard my name so many times in one day. I would have thought that I push her aside for now.
I know it seems like a lot, but it's a really fun segment. I remember it from last year. Caprice brought in what she could, but if you want to try sculpting, just let me know. I have some extra clay with me.
Oh, sure. Thanks for the offer.
Alice gives me a... Whoa, don't just phase into me. Alice gives me a reassuring smile. But they were likely to give me time to think. She takes her own supplies off the table next to Eileen. That just leaves... As my eyes fall over to Wallace. He meets my gaze evenly. I notice he doesn't have a single thing with him on the way out of art. Instead of his usual tablet and laptop combo, he's holding a notebook and ballpoint pen.
I'm not drawing today, so I won't be much help.
No worries. Do you have an art block or something?
Far from it.
He just with his notebook, as if I'm supposed to glean some important information just from the cover. All it says is rough. All it says is roughs in poor handwriting on the cover. What is that supposed to mean? Duh, they're like rough drafts, something, I don't know.
I'm going to be planning out the next chapter of my comic.
Oh, hi, rough drafts, Pog. It was a rough draft of a comic.
Without drawing?
Olive. You ever heard of writing a story?
I need to write it before I can draw it. I don't know if it'll count in your case, but it's pretty easy to do if you get in the headspace for it.
You ever heard of the fact that you have to write a story? You can't just draw things and make a story as you go. That doesn't end well ever. Not speaking from experience.
I see. Thanks.
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wallace steps away to a nearby table, opening his notebook and takes out a pack of index cards. Even from here, I can see the cards have a lot of writing on them. Something to reference as he goes, maybe? Well, the options are all here. Just have to pick one. Free study, huh? What do we try? Wonder what I want to try painting with Eileen? Painting is straightforward, at least. Sculpt alongside Allison? Sculpting is intimidating. But she's nice. Drawing with Wallace. He said it was writing, but... Drawing with Wallace. You know, we're gonna... Drawing? Sculpt alongside Alice, and we'll try painting with Eileen. Alice is nice. Painting's straightforward. Wallace is writing. Let's go save. Let's try some intimidating sculpting, but she's nice. Alice works on shaping a white ball of clay with her hands and a somewhat hookage tool, sweeping off bits and pieces here and there as I approach. She looks up, and a bright smile greets me.
Hey, I thought I'd take you up on that offer.
That's great! Come sit. There's plenty to share.
As I sit, Allison moves over her supplies to the middle of the table. Between the assortment of bright bricks and small metal tools, she's presented an article of beginner sculpting tips. Allison, hums to herself, content to work on her piece on her own pace. Without any particular instructions, I grab a green brick and try mimicking her movements.
How are you liking it? Your classes, I mean.
It's school. It's school, so nothing too extravagant. She said that I remember something vaguely about her having taken the class before. With that in mind, I feel no shame in being totally honest.
I wish it were as easy as it seemed on the flyer.
Ha 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 ha. Very funny. Don't we all? Don't we all? Repositioning things on my desk so I can properly sit gaily. She laughs and nods along. Already, the little form she was pulling and shaping starts looking like a small bird.
I know. I know. At least you have Caprice as a tutor, huh? She's... well, like she said before, she wouldn't miss an art club meeting for the world.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of
Thank you,
person who
Possum,
would
this is for
enjoy
you.
one of our fairy kiss chillers.
And stretch. Mm. There we go, much better.
Is everything okay?
She pauses, the tail of the bird falls off, its connection too thin.
I'm not really
Metaphors.
sure, to be honest. She doesn't really talk to us about it, but ever since her argument with her roommate began, she's been sort of out of it.
Ooh.
To go from the best of friends to how they're acting now? I don't know what could have happened to cause such a rift so quickly.
You're talking about Millie, right? The writing club lead?
Mm-hmm. I've tried asking, but she just insists that everything is totally okie dokie and changes the subject. If you find out anything, let me know. We're all pretty worried about her.
I'm a little surprised at how openly Allison shares her sentiments with me. A new person to the club. Let alone how candidly she speaks. It's refreshing. Millie's cryptic advice from earlier still rings in my head, and hearing directly how someone feels is a relief. I give it a nod in my hand. I give it a nod in my hand. The clay has formed into a flat, leafy shape. Allison changes the subject, asking me about where I work and what my hobbies are and pass the time. I work in a train car. 1 week later. Drink aqua.
Oh, look! A sea turtle!
Drink aqua.
He's cute.
The two girls press their hands against the glass, look at the turtle and the question, which the sign explicitly says not to do. He doesn't seem to mind lazily swimming by. They appear to be the only ones among us excited to be here. Eileen and Wallace look half interested from a couple of feet away. I think I'm in the same boat as them. It's not that I don't like looking at the wonders of the sea. Just not now, under these circumstances. I originally pegged Eileen's asinine field trips remark to be one of my typical grumblings, but Caprice wasted no time validating it. When Caprice called me this morning to tell me we were going to an aquarium, I almost immediately fused, but still wondering if I should have. Yes. I know, right? Aquarium already? Crazy. We're moving so fast to the checklist. The last few club meetings, art club meetings alone have been more of a casual hangout than anything else. And last thing I feel like doing is hanging out when I could be studying. Still, it's about the only opportunity I've had in respect to Caprice since I decided to join the club, so I figured it might as well go.
Hey, are you seeing this? Pay attention. This will be on the test later.
Test?
Huh? I picked up a little for the first time since we arrived. Something akin to hopes was my chest. Is this a roundabout review of the last few classes we've had? Hey.
There's no test.
Oh,
The test!
the test. Taking offense to Eileen's statement, Grace peels her eyes from the turtle, spinning dramatically to face us. I deflate a little bit. Any chance of actual studying out the window.
Like always, the test is gonna be the stuff we make that comes afterward. I'm expecting you to come back fully inspired.
Field trips are never just about having fun, huh?
She simply waves him off, returning her attention back to the trunk.
If you can't look at a creature in its natural habitat and become inspired to draw or paint, then you're a lost cause.
I see. Interesting take, Caprice.
These aren't their natural habitats.
Yeah, that too.
They do what they can to emulate it.
It's close enough. Look at him swim.
She points again, this time to the turtle, who is making another round by the glass. He sprawls as he swims past, eager to give us humans a show.
And not just him. This place is filled with life.
I'm dying. Jesus Christmas. These wires are gonna be the death of me. I have new wires for that. There's no wires in my knee now. There are now wires at my knee because they're blocking me from doing things. Like, oh yes, totally this is what I needed. I totally need wires hitting my knee at all times. It's great. It's
Oh,
great!
Beautiful.
At least one of you gets it. Let's head to the next exhibit.
Not the wires. I'm gonna throw water in my face and be right back. Ani, throw water in my face. I did sleep. Awesome. I just woke up at 8 and started watching Shura. I woke up at 8 and I started listening to watching Shura stream art. Then I looked at Twitter and TikTok at the same time. Ha 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 ha. I'm responsible with my time. That's not a reasonable time. I just woke up early. She grabs Allison's arm and the two of them pull forward. The rest of us trail behind.
She gets this excited every time we come here.
Huh?
How often do you guys visit this place?
Once a month?
In the past year, 4 or 5 times, maybe.
Last time I came here, I was in elementary school.
Cursed Yohane. Cursed inverted Yohane here.
And it already feels too soon, right?
As if to justify her distaste for the place, she shivers a bit. I thought it was odd for her to dress this warm for the occasion, but it actually looks like she could do with another layer or two.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with visiting as an adult. Once in a while.
Yes, but 4 times a year?
Every few years I could see. Doesn't the novelty wear off after so many times?
Not for her.
By the time we've caught up with the two, they've stopped to another tank to watch more fish swim by. Caprice points to this and that as the little things swim by, rattling off facts as they go. Allison seems to be keeping up with Caprice's pace well enough.
Plankton mostly.
Right.
Right.
It's, there's a word for it.
Both of them close their eyes as if straining to think of whatever they're talking about.
There you are. You should have told me where to meet.
Hello, person. Who are you?
Mom!
Oh. She tries to hug the woman who approaches us. The uniform she's wearing matches the other aquarium employees we've seen dotted around the place thus far. By the rest of her appearance, she's definitely a relative of Caprice. Were it not for the shout, I might have guessed her as an older sister. Or maybe aunt. I don't see the resemblance.
Hey, here for club work?
I don't see the resemblance. But I'll take your word for Olive.
Yep.
Take your word. She looks at us, but lingers on me with a polite smile. I'm guessing I'm the only one who doesn't know yet. She doesn't know yet. Yes.
Right, Mom. This is Olive. They're our newest member.
Hello. You don't resemble your daughter at all.
Nice to finally meet you, Olive.
This implies about I've been talked about. What are you saying? Behind my back, Caprice. Finally. I glance over to Caprice, who smiles back at me with nothing is amiss with that statement. She extends her hand to shake, so I grasp it. Her handshake is gentler than I would have assumed for someone related to Caprice. In that reminder, remember all the times Caprice had dipped out citing family affairs. Her mom looks perfectly healthy though, which is a relief.
I'm Charlotte, but you can call me Charlie. Caprice's mom, as you may have gathered by now.
Really? I don't think I'll ever be comfortable calling a peer's mom by their given name, let alone a nickname.
So, hey, you guys looking for inspiration?
No, I don't think that's why we're here. Yes, the dead anime hair. The dead anime mom hair. Yep. That's good.
Yeah.
That's the excuse.
Great. Check this out.
She plays the part of a tour guide, which, well, she plays the part of a tour guide well, leading us all to the nearby tanks, each of us following behind with various levels of eagerness. As Chris and Allison fawn over the various fish, Charlie narrows her eyes, looking for a specific creature. Eventually, she seems to spot her prize, pointing out towards a small pile of rubble.
He's kind of hiding, but look at that guy there. We got him in recently.
Whom? We all move closer to see the creature poking from behind the aquarium rocks.
That's a wolf eel.
Eh?
He's pretty ugly. Sorta looks like this guy.
She grins at Wallace, who responds with an exaggerated scowl.
Hey, the eel is trying his best.
Glad to see I have so many people in my corner.
The conversation doesn't even seem to register to Caprice. She keeps the entirety of her focus trained entirely on the timid creature. No, I'm not an eel. Stop it.
He's cool. He is ugly, though. Totally.
Mm-hmm.
He's also not really an eel.
Yeah?
What? He looks like one. What makes him not one?
Rather than turn to Charlie, Caprice leans further into the glass, trying to discern the not actually an eel with her eyes.
Something to do with gills, or... you're gonna have to be the one to tell me all that stuff.
Huh? What?
Wait, I see. He has little fins behind his head.
Huh? No one else reacts, but Caprice looks extremely pleased with herself as she stands up straight.
You know, like a fish. He's a really long fish.
Okay, that makes sense. Or eels not fish. Rather than show off how ignorant I am about the definition of marine life, I'm more interested in how Caprice knew that in the first place.
Are you studying this stuff alongside art?
Both Caprice and her mom turn to me in response. While Caprice looks a bit confused at my question, Charlie beams.
She didn't say. Caprice here is gonna be a marine biologist.
She pats her daughter's shoulder with pride. Caprice looks a bit sheepish.
It's what I plan on studying in university anyway.
These two seem to get along well.
Like mother like daughter,
or... No, she's smarter than me. I just memorize scripts and whatnot. Though you can't work here long without learning some stuff. I'm more about marine mammals, though. We should go see the otters next.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to it.
You might want to wait. Feeding time's coming up soon.
Speaking of feeding time, if we're gonna be waiting anyway, we may as well grab something to eat.
I'm on my lunch break. We can all go together.
There here is a little sea-themed cafe. More a cafeteria than a restaurant. Menu items have various aquatic names to mask the fact that it's all box standard food. I stand next to Caprice as we serve ourselves at the tiny salad bar, or rather, for the first time we arrived, Priestess slowed down. Especially stand next to me, it seems.
Hey!
Yeah. She speaks in a sharp whisper. She's telling me a secret.
How are you enjoying it so far?
Enjoying what? The aquarium.
She nods earnestly, glancing back to our group, a few paces ahead of us.
Well, it's nice. Yeah.
It's the best!
Over water, my face. Great. I'm ready. It's great, right? It's amazing existing in this life of ours. There's totally no downsides to it at all. Why is Microsoft Edge still a browser source stable? I'm professional.
But, I wanted to make sure you're actually having a good time. I know I haven't been the most reliable person to you lately.
She smiles a bit distantly. I guess my reluctance to enjoy the field trip has shown more than I thought. Or she's just better at reading people than she lets on.
I mean, it hasn't been all bad. The club has been perfect for catching up on the practical assignments, but I would really appreciate any help with the exam portion too.
Absolutely! Our next meeting will be extra crunchy. You'll see!
Crunchy. Why would it be crunchy? Don't be crunchy.
Anyway, I really appreciate you giving it your all, including
Please.
coming here.
Stop.
I have to beg Eileen and Wallace to tag along for these sometimes.
Also, sure, there's this Cafe the Deep. I'm not sure, there's this Cafe the Deep here. I just noticed that. She laughs a bit, despite the fact that it doesn't really sound like a joke. Still, I give her a smile in return. We finish up piling up our salads and find our seats at Charlie's table with the other three in our party off at another quietly chatting amongst themselves.
So, Olive, have you ever been here before?
Yes.
Kind of. Like I told Eileen earlier, the last time I was here was in elementary school.
Caprice loved this place as a kid. Couldn't get enough.
More than now? More than 4 or 5 times a year?
She would drag me here. There was nothing I could do.
Yeah, right. You begged me to come.
No, I had no choice.
Give an enthusiastic invitation this morning. It had to buy Caprice's case here.
I couldn't just leave you at home. You did love it, though.
It's alright, I guess. A solid 7. Maybe an 8 when the winter decorations are up.
She is not fooling anyone, not even herself. The fact that she's willing to quietly admit with a smile. The way these two effortlessly bounce off each other is something to be admired, and I can't help but match hers and Caprice's grin, albeit considerably smaller. There's a quiet that eventually creeps into my mind that causes my smile to waver. But if it's anything like my own situation, it might get awkward were I to ask.
There wasn't always someone around to watch her for me, so I'd take her to work sometimes. This place was pretty accommodating, thankfully.
She answered my question without the need to bring it up myself. Charlie's demeanor remains unchanged so at least it doesn't seem like too much of a sore spot.
I get that. My mom had to bring me into work now and then, too.
I guess our family lives weren't super different growing up. A small, vague feeling of melancholy flickers in my mind. Flickers in me for a moment. Though I don't know whether it's for myself or for Caprice.
If it wasn't Mom bringing me in for work, it was Grandpa driving me up here just to visit. I was raised by the sea.
She puts her head up, sadly, bringing the back of her left hand up to her forehead in a dramatic fashion.
And this junky cafe food.
She frowns for a moment as she stirs a small bowl of soup in front of her. Between that and the salad, Chris and I opted for, we ended up getting the most sophisticated items on the menu, which says altogether way too much about the meal selection here. Yes, totally. I get it. Yeah, that's the most sophisticated items on the menu. That's concerning.
Things are changing now, though. How's Mike?
He's fine, thank you. How's Millie? Have you tried talking to her again?
So anyway, when's otter time?
Something that looks like genuine disappointment finally makes its way from his face. It doesn't really suit her after seeing her smile and all stop since I met her.
Caprice.
Don't worry, Mom. Things will work out fine, I'm sure. Mom, really? It'll be okay.
The conversation goes like this for the rest of the lunch. The other club members occasionally chime in from a table away when prompted. They seem to be pretty familiar with Caprice's mom, Charlie, talking as if they are old friends. Although we had plenty similar upbringings, I couldn't imagine Brace bickering with my mom so much, even if it's all in jest. Although it's different than what I'm used to, it's still a relationship I can understand. The closeness when all that you have to do is see each other. When it's the two of us, when it's the two of you, you hold on to each other as best you can. When she was giving her this speech, her voice is loud and cheerful. I could definitely see where Caprice gets it from. Otters really are cute. Little things, even Eileen and Wallace seemed interested. Allison looks like she's about to cry from their cuteness, clutching her mouth from Caprice.
Olive, look! Ollie the otter! Maybe it's short for Olive, too.
I don't think so, but it's an otter. Otter. Where'd it go? Otter. Right here, but She laughs, apparently finding this amusing. I show her the grimace she probably expects. And she laughs more. I don't ignore, she laughs. I really can't read right now, wow. Jesus Christmas. She's been set of everything, it seems. Yet I feel like today I'm seeing her watch something she really truly loves.
Don't forget, when we get back, we're drawing otters. Or wolf
Not that you love art, of course. Whoops. This Christmas. My class is done for the day. I can away to the club room. At this point, it's starting to feel like part of my usual routine. I thought that scares me at the least a little bit. What's not usual, however, is Caprice standing outside the door. I pull my phone out as I approach the door just to double check the time. I'm definitely not early. Papaya.
Hey.
She absolutely plays with the paperclip. Pretend to ignore the elephant in the room.
So, do I need to ask why we're not in...
Oh, it's because I forgot the keys at home today.
Oh, you're just dumb. You're an idiot, I see. Oh, that's all. That's leave me.
So is the club canceled today then? Or are we moving somewhere else, or...
Nah, just waiting on Allie to show up. She should be around soon. I think her classes are about done.
Oh, does she have a spare key?
Well, she can get the door open.
There are a dozen different ways to read this sly smile on her face. None of them seem pleasant.
Oh, perfect timing! Allie!
Caprice stands on her tiptoes, glancing over my shoulder. I match her and spin my head around to get a glimpse. For Allison approaching. Even from a distance, her frown is obvious.
Again?
Caprice tosses her a paperclip as Allison makes her way next to me.
Again. Sorry.
You know I don't like doing this. Especially not out in the middle of...
That's why I apologized.
Beside Allison unbends the paperclip and crouches down to her eyes meet the door. X until she inserts the clip into the door for me to fully process what happens.
Oh, wait.
Whoa. Whoa, what did I do?
Shh. Just watch.
Whoa, what did I do? Whoa, what did I just do? Small fold. Allison entirely still, outside of her hands, going through some motions she's clearly had to practice several times before. I need to move my body to try to cover it better so it's not entirely obvious what's happening if someone wants to walk upon us. But Allison twists the handle and the door pops open before I get the chance. As Allison stands back up, Caprice gives her a quick hug for her reward.
Thanks. You're the best.
And you're the worst.
So she says, but the two share a smallest laugh regardless.
Where did you pick that up? Actually, why did you pick that up?
Yeah, why don't you pick that pick up pick? Why don't you look at the pick a pick? Why don't you really go to pick? Why do people like putting spring whipped cream in their mouth? There's no fucking taste to it. It is boring. Why do people do that? Why is it a thing that people do? Why is that a thing people do on TV? Like, they freaking whipped cream in their fucking mouth. Like, as if that's a fucking thing that has actual interest. So that makes no sense. I went to the kitchen. I was like, oh yeah, whipped cream. I said whipped cream from like the the hot chocolate. I was like, I've seen people do this on TV. What? I see people like spray whipped cream into the mouth, straight in there, like on TV. I was like, okay, let's try it out. It don't fucking taste anything. What's the point of it? It's all it is marshmallow. It's just nothing interesting about it. Why is the thing people do? I'm confused. What's the fun in that? Nothing is. What's the fun in that? That's boring. Get a better novelty. Get a better novelty, like playing across the obelisk in the main menu.
Oh,
Allison realizes. Allison releases herself from Caprice's embrace and turns back to reminded that I'm still here.
it was just something fun to learn. I don't actually do it outside of playing around with locks and stuff at home, though.
Sure.
And the club door?
And the club door. But that's all.
She helps with the cupboards and all the other locks inside too. Eileen also told me the story about a vending machine.
Thank you, Caprice.
That cat is now securely out of the bag. Much to Allison's dismay, Caprice's grin is a mile wide in contrast.
Maybe we should continue this inside so people can't hear.
Yes, good idea.
Allison swings the door the rest of the way open, and is the first to find her way to her usual spot. Caprice and I shuffle in behind, with Caprice wasting no time to sit herself at the front of the classroom.
You know, nefarious implications aside, it's a pretty cool skill to have.
Alice and I continue to shuffle through our respective bags, pulling out our supplies and organizing them on our desks.
Honestly, stuff like that is in one ear and out the other for me. As soon as I understand something at a basic level, it exits my brain instantly. The only reason that hasn't yet is because of, well, you saw.
Yeah.
You're welcome, by the way.
Sure. At least you got a relatively useful skill for practicality's sake. And no, illegal implications at all.
It's neat that you're just able to pick things up like that, though. I can't juggle my attention around to save my life.
Pick things up? Like picking that lock?
I don't think that's a bad thing. Even if you know you can't focus on multiple things, you'll eventually learn to laser focus on something, right?
I finished unpacking my sketchbook and notes from the class, then placing my bag. I finished unpacking my sketchbook and notes from class, then placed my bag on the floor. Allison looks to almost be done as well, pulling out a small box of clay.
Jumping around a lot makes it hard to stick with one thing. You'll be a better artist than me by the end of this.
Eager to prove her wrong, I opened my sketchbook and flipped through what few pages I've filled the past couple of weeks. They all seem bad to me in the moment, but to my surprise, there's at least some sort of difference, no matter how small.
You'll have me beat in ceramics at least.
Sorry, I'm looking at something right now. She changes a brief smile with me before turning to her box and starting on her next project. If I had ability to multitask, I wouldn't even be in this situation. But I'm starting to feel like I can make it work. As I get ready to start filling out my new page in my sketchbook, it opens once more, and Eileen and Wallace step inside.
There you are. Okay, today's club meeting is now officially in session.
Wow. I wake to my phone buzzing incessantly. It's not the alarm I'm used to hearing. Without leaving the comfort of my bed, I reach to grab it. 5 new texts. Hey! Wake up, sleepyhead! You don't have nice classes today, right? Me neither. So, when's a good time for you? For more tutoring, I mean. I didn't forget my promise. Pick you back ACB, or I'm charging you extra. Somehow her texts hold a new level of energy. Maybe they'd be a little charming if you didn't rapid fire them. Just woke up. We didn't agree to you charging me anything. Good! Brush your teeth, wash your face, take a shower, and get ready to go! Go where? Tutoring! I said that! Pay attention! So pay attention. I mean, on campus. Nah, we should meet somewhere, or maybe I could come over? That's fine, I guess. Oh wait, we should come here. Go to Caprice's place, huh? Well, maybe they're still fighting, right? Do I really want to go directly into the trenches of the war zone? Your roommate's okay with that? Yeah! Don't worry about it. Everything's under... Okay, got a control! Gonna need an address. Of course! So she gives it to me, along with some confusing directions that you'll ignore and find on instead. We decided on the time for me to come over as well. Since I work tonight, I'd like to get this done early. Once again, she's ambushed me. Increasingly, my decision to join her art club is filling my every day. Increasingly, my decision to join her art club is filling my every day, even outside the club room. Regardless, I feel a strange sense of relief wash over me. She didn't forget her promise. With the final inching closer each passing day, a promise of genuine tutoring is like a ray of light in the darkness. From the beginning, I knew that choosing the art club meant trusting in Caprice. I need to get ready to go, which means giving her my all into today's reviews. I don't know when I'll get another chance like this. My grades are hinging on it. Hello, phone. Nothing. Okay. I haven't gone to many other people's places in my adult life. I can't help but feel a little nervous. The fact that I might find myself physically stuck between Priest and Millie definitely doesn't help matters either. If they aren't afraid to go back and forth on campus, I can only imagine the terrors that happen in the privacy of their home. All this absent-minded musing has given me just enough time to pedal my way to the entrance of their campus. Complex. Not campus. Complex. Time to push aside any lingering worries, Olive. From the outside, the building looks nicer than I expected. I guess that's what 3 people together can afford. I press the doorbell, and immediately I hear muffled shouts on the other side. The door unlocks and swings open. I'm greeted with the smiling face of Caprice in a tank top.
Welcome!
What's up?
You're late.
The sudden shift in tone stings more than it should.
Yeah. Sorry, got held up just a little bit by traffic today.
The smile quickly returns. Her disappointment, nothing more than a joke.
Don't worry. We'll just do double time. Come in.
It's only like 5 minutes.
That face, though. Chris turns and bounces back inside. I hesitantly follow her lead. Now I know for sure the apartment is definitely bigger than mine, and it certainly looks lived in. In the living room, clothes and books and vacant items lay strewn about. Maybe I should have expected them to be tidier. Shouldn't have. Yeah, this is the couch, flickering through your phone.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey,
Hey.
Haley's here. She won't be joining us for tutoring.
Wow, I wonder why.
I'm banned from all art club activities while acting as a traitor to the other side.
I try not to look too obvious as I glance around.
What about...
Millie? She's out.
Long gone. At least for a few hours.
Okay. I feel my shoulders relax. That's one thing I don't have to worry about today.
Let's get to work.
Or is it? I give the appointment the apartment a quick once over. I want to start making my way to whatever study area she might have planned out. But everything is so messy.
Where?
Anywhere?
Counter.
The counter. She points towards the kitchen. Their kitchen. Wherein lies the counter in question. It's covered in books, paperwork, and a variety of other so-and-sos. I guess that qualifies as the most study-esque place here. I wonder where they eat them. I wonder where they eat then. In their rooms, on their beds, in their chairs at all times. With that in mind, I notice their cluttered countertop and their sink full of dirty dishes. This kitchen and its contents have clearly gone to waste.
Do you guys ever cook in here?
Cook?
Not.
Ollie? Ollie.
Look like she's about to admonish me. She pauses for dramatic effect.
That microwave gets everyday use.
I'm sure.
Right. Are you really sticking with that?
With what?
Ollie.
Aaron's our faithful encounter with Ollie the Otter. Caprice has decided the name suits me.
You don't like it?
The only person who calls me that is my mom. It's kind of embarrassing.
It's cute! Isn't it cute?
Debatable.
It's pretty cute, Ollie.
That just embarrasses me more. I hear the sniff from Mom as is. While Caprice is being genuine, I'm almost certain Haley is playing along just to mess with me. Her little smile definitely makes it seem that way.
I'm just not used to it. I mean, do you really have to?
Yes, it's important.
Super important.
I sigh. This topic isn't important enough to argue.
Do what you want.
Caprice fist bumps in tiny victory. She begins the task of moving things off the table and out of the way. I joined to help, but following her lead, I just placed them in some other better place in the room.
Are you three managing well enough on takeout and frozen dinners?
Well enough.
You know how it is. College life.
Do I? If there's one thing I'm absolutely clueless about, it's college life.
I don't know about that. I cook as often as I can.
Oh yeah.
Right? But that isn't always an option.
Oh, it's
can make
always very
eggs.
often. You can make eggs. Congrats, Haley, you can cook eggs. Congrats, Haley, you can cook eggs. Congrats, you can cook eggs. Great job!
It's something, at least.
Caprice cannot.
You said it a bit too early, Possum. I didn't get there yet. Haley's head swivels, a small frown revealing itself. I follow her line of sight as best as I'm able. Everything landing on the microwave, which claims is well loved. Priest cuts my concerned gaze off by jumping between myself and the kitchen.
Anyway,
No, anyways. Let's get back on the talk of food. Caprice, how the fuck do you fail to cook an egg? Come on, inform me, Caprice. How are you so bad at not cooking an egg? What are you doing wrong, Caprice? I don't understand. Pulls a chair out from under the table and gestures to it.
you wait here, and I'll go grab the stuff we need.
She bolts off, presumably towards her bedroom. I share a glance with Haley, and when she shrugs.
Want a tour?
Yes.
Sure.
Without moving from her spot, she gestures down the hall.
Bathroom and bedrooms are that way.
Uh-huh.
That's about it. You've seen everything else.
Want a tour? Sure. So, that down there is bathroom and bedroom. That's it. That's the tour. Nothing else.
Thanks. I really think I've got my bearings now.
At least I know where the bathroom is for later. I'm not sure whether her attempts at humor is just Haley being Haley or her struggling to make paper conversation given the dead air that follows my response. My guess is the latter.
Caprice still struggling with making meetings, huh?
Definitely.
Yeah, things have been really busy for her, apparently.
Man, just like your place. The bathroom's there. That's it. Nothing else.
You think you have enough time to catch up?
I don't know yet. Do you think I made the wrong choice?
Nah, you're right where you need to be. You two can figure it out.
But what about Millie? And her millimeters? I expected there to be a moment of reflection before she continued, but her response was surprisingly immediate.
That aside, I hope my being here isn't making things worse, at least.
I was under the impression you were here to get a passing grade.
Well, obviously. But that doesn't mean I want to give Caprice a hard time.
Aw, your empathy is showing.
Color rises from my face as she gives me a sly smile. I feel like she's messing with me somehow. Before I can say anything else, Caprice returns. Her hands are full of books and newspapers.
Here we go. This is everything I have from my past art classes. Basic fundamentals, a bit of history.
She empathizes by poking her finger on top of the stack.
Plus some personal stuff I brought.
Digging through the pile, she pulls out a floppy textbook. I recognize it immediately. I brought the same book myself. Art. What is it? And much more.
Did you bring yours too? That'll make it a bit easier.
It's in my bag.
I explain as I begin taking it out along with a couple other required texts.
Good.
She takes her seat and pulls out a stool next to her, beckoning me to follow. Once I've complied, she returns her attention to the book in front of her.
So in the club, we've been working on basic art techniques, and that's good.
Mm-hmm.
But the class is also about this stuff.
She quickly flips the pages like it's a flip book.
Art history, art theory, art knowledge. So how much do you know?
Nothing.
Uh...
I open the book and stare at the page I randomly turn to. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. In truth, I've barely even opened this thing ever since stressing out about it after dying her way back when. Chris was right. The professor hardly ever brings it up in class. I'd been hoping all this time to look at it in the art club, so I also put off my own independent study.
Okay, we'll start with chapter 1.
Chapter 1 it is then.
Good luck.
Thank you, Adox. We'll need it.
Wrong again. Take another look. An important thing to look at is the values and shading.
I looked up at this picture in the book. It's some old painting. Caprice's hand covers the caption. I'm not even exactly sure what value refers to.
Does this even matter?
It'll probably be on the test.
Probably?
Do you know the answer?
Yes.
No. You don't. Not with that face, you don't. I give a long sigh, leaning back against my chair slightly. I fall because I'm on a stool. I fall because I'm on a fucking stool. There's no leaning back. The stool. Why did I think this would be any easier in the first place? I feel more stupid than ever. The beginning questions for the book completely escaping me. Grace closes her eyes, refocusing herself to find a new angle to attack. Something eventually must come to her as her eyelids open and she focuses in on me.
You're taking this class because you're struggling, right?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously. It's not like I'm against.
I know I'm tutoring you, but I hate asking for help. Feeling like you're unable to do something yourself is the worst. Seminars are actually really hard for me. It feels impossible for me to learn from someone else droning on and on. I want to just skip sometimes.
For the first time ever, it sounds like Caprice is complaining. Compared to her usual dramatic grandstanding, though, this feels a bit different.
But I really want to pass all my classes too, you know? So I go because it's my only chance to learn all the stuff that isn't in a book. I love marine animals. I really want to work with them someday. So I keep trying my hardest, and even with the stuff I struggle with, I get through to the end somehow. You have to try your hardest in everything you do. Nothing's totally insurmountable.
She tilts her head, trying her best to get the rest of the thoughts out of her brain.
Well, The stuff that's important to you, at least. Does this matter? Is up to you.
I look down at the pages, the book, not focusing on anything. Aw, sure, thank you, I'm out of water. I'm out of water. I'm out of water. Pretty looks nice. I'm looking on the pages of the book, not focusing on anything.
I mean, this stuff is important. I want to pass. That's why I'm here. It just feels disconnected from me. I don't understand how to look at fine art and understand what I'm looking at, much less how to do it myself.
Just her head, longing for an idea.
You just sort of feel it in your bones.
I don't think anyone can teach me how to do that.
Well, maybe it's just that this study method isn't good.
Got any better ideas?
She scratches her head even harder. You're gonna fucking scratch at your damn skull. Caprice, stop it. The fervent scratching stops as she crosses her arms in front of her in thought.
Let's take a break. I'm hungry.
Yeah, sure.
She had my attention for a second there, but it seems like the moment has passed.
What do you want to do for lunch?
Well,
I let my eyes wander around the mistreated kitchenette. I don't mind them ordering fast food, but between my small exchange with Haley and Caprice's surprisingly open speech, I feel like it'd be rude of me as a guest to let them worry about that today. And while I guess my empathy is showing,
if you guys are okay with it, I could cook something.
Caprice immediately lights up at the suggestion. Even when it's mostly hidden behind the couch. It's not hard to see I've gotten Haley's attention either.
I need a clean space first.
I needed a clean first.
Oh, right.
We can help with that.
Boxed spaghetti, olive oil. Sorry, boxed spaghetti, my oil, a little bit of garlic, salt and pepper, grated cheese, some what? Some pepperoncini would be nice, but this is more than enough. What is that? I think I'm dumb.
This should be good enough. No one has any allergies or intolerances, right?
Don't forget the half stick of butter, right, pasta? Don't forget your half stick of butter for a meal for 3. The half stick of butter. Don't forget about that.
Nope.
Lactose, but I'll still eat cheese. Thanks.
That's okay. Most cheeses...
I look over and see the two of them are giving their undivided attention. Haley's expression is hard to read, as usual. The Caprice is looking on with genuine interest.
Usually fine. In any case, just sit back. This shouldn't take very long.
What, most cheese? What, most grated cheese is wood grain? The sawdust thing? Yeah, I know that. Most Parmesan cheese is not real, it's not genuine Parmesan Italiano. Did you know that? Did you know that? Because I should. I learned that a few months ago for fun on TikTok. It's fun. I set the pasta to boil.
You know, this is pretty easy to do. I think you can learn just by watching.
Oh dear. Real parm is expensive as fuck. It is expensive as fuck. And it's like made in like this one location. It's like this one area and like. And only. For better parm, get flakes. Like yeah, like genuine Parmigiano Italiano is like hella expensive and like really exclusive. Like you can't, like the normal parm you buy, they can't classify as a, like actual Parmigiano Italiano. It's like something else. And most of it's like filler as well, and not just cheese. Yeah, cellulose. There it is. And cellulose. That's the word. And then low grade pork. But not to be confused with Parmigiano Italiano. It's different.
Oh, I've done it before.
So not just eggs, huh?
I get to work with the sauce as well. Giving each ingredient a small sniff before throwing it in the pot. Not fully willing to trust the things in the mess of a kitchen. Like this tomato. Plant, get tomato. This tomato was sitting on the counter. For how long? I dare not ask.
As long as the instructions are easy, I can do it. But, you know, sometimes you just don't feel like it.
How often is sometimes?
Always.
Most?
You get that checked out, Haley. I can't stop myself from sighing. This isn't really a good way to live.
It's a good thing we have you.
I'm not gonna be your personal chef.
Yeah. I'm with Olive here. I'm not your personal chef. Snaps your fingers.
Darn. You seem really good at it.
Yeah, no shit. I work at a fucking diner.
Well, that's my job.
Literally.
Oh, right. The trolley diner.
Yes.
You picked up everything just from that?
Sure.
More or less. I only really had to learn the basics for the menu, but I like to research things on my own. And I wanted to try new things for my mom and me back home.
That's cool.
It is.
Yeah, impressive.
Not exactly a gourmet chef.
But you know a lot, right? And you're actually a pro.
I don't know if knowing about how to put things on a BLT or scrambled egg makes me a pro.
I think that anyone can learn to do what I do at work.
The fact that you're practically self-taught isn't nothing, though.
Yeah. Some gears seem to be turning in Caprice's head as she crosses her arms again. I'm terrified of what could be coming next. Oh no. A new studying tactic involving food and cooking.
Yeah. Say, Ollie, what's the origin of this dish?
Not quite what I was expecting.
What? Spaghetti?
Sure. She nods enthusiastically. Haley smirks at me. I can't tell if I'm being made fun of.
It's Italian. Common with tomato sauce, but you guys didn't have any. This is a little more traditional.
I pick up the box that once held the noodles.
Not that this is authentic Italian or anything.
Yeah, this is not authentic Italian. You better not snap your fucking spaghetti in half, Olive.
How do you know that?
Huh? Doesn't everyone?
Yeah, but there are things that make it definitely Italian, right?
Sure. Olive oil is a big one in Italian dishes, but the way the noodles are...
Oh. I see what's happening. I shift my eyes from the back of the pasta box to my tutor. She gives an embarrassed looking, "You got me!" smile.
You get it, right? This is the same exact thing. No matter what you're learning, the building blocks are all the same, from pasta to paintings.
But it's not how that works, but okay.
At least that's what the class is trying to say.
Oh, I see.
You can make an Italian dish because you know what makes one up.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know what makes up a Baroque-style painting, you can recognize it and paint your own.
A Baroque style, a Baroque style painting. Again, Caprice has surprised me enough to keep my attention.
It's just like cooking. You just try stuff out until you get the hang of it.
Considering the little I know about her culinary escapades, that alone explains as much.
Wait, no. It's really not the same at all. I read recipes. I also have my manager at work constantly watch over me and tell me if what I was doing was right or wrong.
So, you learn the techniques, and your art teacher watches you and tells you what you were doing was right or wrong.
I'm not really the type to learn by just diving headfirst and hoping for the best.
So, like with a painting instructor, something clicks for both of us, and we swivel to meet each other's gaze.
Aha! That's it then. I'm gonna have to teach you all the recipes for every art movement.
Oh.
That'll be easy. Consider me the soup chef of social movements.
Sue, chef. I don't even want to correct her. Too bad, Olive. I beat you to the punch. Don't worry. Don't worry, Olive. I got there for you. Don't worry, Olive. I'm just like you. For real, except I am less sympathetic for Caprice. Lol. Soup chef, my ass.
We chef.
She definitely didn't see me offer to cook in the cars today. So actually being able to tie it all in the spot is impressing me more than the actual lesson. True, her attempt to connect was a little clumsy, but it definitely worked. I think we both understand each other a bit better. I'm gonna drain the pasta.
When I originally thought of an elective art class, I thought I'd just be drawing whatever, which seemed doable. It's hard to consider all the history and stuff alongside it, though.
The art we do today is built on the art of the past. Or something like that. I think cooking is probably the same?
More or less.
It is, yeah. But I understand, so we don't need to keep stretching the comparisons.
Finally, at the end of that lesson, I returned to watching the pot in front of me.
Food's about done, by the by.
I'm glad we hit the important part of the lesson. Good job, team.
Now I'm hungry. Olive. I'm hungry. Miho, please, serve the food. I, Jungin, and Minso, am very hungry. I, Adox, a.k.a. Jungin, a.k.a. Minso, a.k.a. Haley, a.k.a. Mariah, a.k.a. Jay Harley, a.k.a. I don't know any of her other roles off the top of my head. Am very hungry. Please, Dotavu, a.k.a. Inbi, a.k.a. Miho, a.k.a. Caprice, make my food. Please, get the food. Oh, I forgot. I, Haley, am also Quinn, son. Over lunch, Caprice tried turning me from the book some more. Haley looked on with what I can only guess is amusement. I don't know if anything can change within me because of what she said, but for some reason, talking about it while eating the spaghetti I cooked made it feel a little easier to get into.
Thanks for the lunch.
Thank you for helping me out. Really.
I promised I would.
You did.
If you liked it, I could teach you how to make something like this sometime too.
Keep salute.
Just make sure you have a fire extinguisher. Or 3, handy if you do.
Noted.
Hey, it wasn't that bad.
Accident. Haley visibly shudders.
It was worse than bad.
What happened?
It was one mistake. Don't worry about it.
What happened? What happened? What happened? She ushers me out the door, closing it behind her.
Forget about that.
No.
You're not going to tell me?
Nope. It's the past. Let's keep looking forward.
Nothing. Well, let's look at the past for our art history, though.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks again for the tutoring.
But art history is all about looking at the past of art. We can't look at the future of art. That's not how it works.
I hope some of it stuck. You can be thick-headed.
Rude?
Oh, really? And you're not?
I'm the teacher here. Besides, I've cracked the code. You're never gonna be able to get rid of me or my fun history facts.
Sure.
Oh? How was that?
Give me your phone and you'll see.
Alright, good luck cracking that code.
I didn't think it would actually be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Olive? Sweetie? Olive?
Your actual password isn't password, is it?
Olive?
I'd like to move on from this topic.
Olive? After a week swipe, Google Crepes, Caprice navigates to my contacts and opens up her own profile. A couple of taps later, music starts playing.
Ta-da! I'm gonna send you a million notes. Every single day will be a quiz.
Oh dear God. I don't think I've ever set a custom ringtone before, so I wouldn't be able to change it even if I... Olive! Why are you so... Why? It's so simple. It's so simple. Just... Oh, whatever. I don't think I've ever set a custom ringtone before, so I wouldn't be able to change it even if I tried. She snickers, and the smile left behind on her face is contagious. She got me. After a moment, she passes back to my phone.
Don't forget, club meeting tomorrow. See you then.
Yeah, same as always. Take care.
She enters the apartment, slamming the door behind her. I turn my bike and prepare for the ride home. Later, I catch myself at work, cooking with a little more enthusiasm than normal. One week later. I must stick out like a sore thumb in this room full of nonchalant students as the professor passes around the stack of handouts.
I know we're a ways off, but I like to assign the final for this course relatively early.
Uh-huh. My peer's eyes largely seem to glaze over. I find myself desperately clinging to every word.
I don't think this is a hard class, but I do expect a few things from you. For this project, I not only want to see a technical understanding, but also a window into your mind.
Uh-huh.
I want to see you know what art is, not just how to execute it. It's a bit of a subjective metric, which is why I want to assign this early. I can teach you the former, but it's up to you to figure out how to present the latter. I want to give you time to stew on it.
I'm not surprised. It's no surprise Caprice had mentioned taking classes with this professor before. They both seem to enjoy the philosophy of all almost more than they enjoy the medium itself. The fact that my tutor holds the same teaching style as my professor should come as a relief, but I can't help but feel the knots forming in my stomach. No matter how much I study, it could still come crashing down if I don't measure up to invisible standards. Whether it was a deliberate act after sensing my worries or a simple disregard for personal space, a small bump from Caprice's elbow drags me out of my own head and back into reality. I'm sure she'll want to say her piece on the matter once class is out, so I decided to keep my head down as I pore over the assignment sheet hundreds of times until the top of the hour. Chris is quick to meet my pace as we exit the room, the quickly widening smile on her face making it clear she's eager to talk.
See, Oli? Passing's gonna be easy peasy.
Simply disregard it for personal space. It is.
I think you and I have different definitions of easy and peasy.
Nah, you're already on the right path to acing everything with flying colors. Just gotta keep up with the club and you'll have absolutely nothing to worry about.
Whoops. The club. I'm not sure how to feel about it right now. On the one hand, every time Caprice had to leave early, all we focused on were the windows to our minds. At the same time, it's like being given toy blocks and suddenly being told to build a real house afterwards, without a solid foundation and compared to real artists like Eileen and Wallace. I'm just playing around. I'm just playing pretend. My dour expression doesn't give. Grace visibly ponders my reaction for a moment.
We don't have a meeting today, but we can head to the room anyway if you want. I can help brainstorm ideas with you.
I don't doubt she would. Lately, our text messages are filled with her scattershot tips and tricks for remembering every art movement. While we haven't found any time for additional study sessions, her promise to help me out more has held true, unfortunately.
I can't today, sorry. I've got a shift at work starting in an hour or so.
Her face lights up at this revelation, worries me more than it should.
I could come with.
I ride my bike to work.
Uh-huh.
My one-seater bike.
In truth, I could probably fit another person on it if I absolutely had to, but it's as good as an excuse as any.
Oh, yeah, right.
Don't tell me you're gonna fucking run there. One visit to my place at work was troubling enough. When I think of my mom meeting her, I instinctively shrink away, hoping Caprice won't reach the next obvious idea.
I could just take the trolley. I still remember where it is, so I'll just drop by later.
Fuck. Oh well. I double check her directions before sending her off, not wanting her to get lost now that she's already committed. Given its unique exterior, I doubt she'll have any issue finding it again.
I'll be actually working, though. If things are busy, we might not get a chance to talk at all.
No problem. I'm patient.
I've never believed a statement less in my life.
What's this?
With things starting to slow down as customers begin leaving, Mom finds the time to surprise me with a few small flowers living comfortably in a tiny ceramic pot. The pot's adorned with some bright painted-on patterns and shapes.
Another companion for your windowsill. I also figured I'd pick up a brush and try painting something myself, so it'd feel like we were learning something together.
The flowers are vibrant and obviously healthy. Likely from Mom's own garden. Considering how I got my green thumb from her, it's no surprise to see how careful and taken care of they've been. You would think she hated me, trying to drive me to tears during work. Thankfully, the sound of my phone goes off, pulling us away from the sentimental gesture right before I hit that tipping point. Alert! Now. Lesson 53, values! This is yours. Oh, great. My old art, my favorite. This is yours too. What told you to fill the background with black? It was a trick. It made you think about your light more, not just the darkness. Just like... No responses, so I can only assume that she ran out of data.
You okay, honey?
Yeah, my friend was just...
Coruscaro!
Oh. My heart leaps out of my chest as Caprice bursts into the restaurant. I nearly dropped my phone, scrambling to keep hold of it. Caprice stands proudly at the door, huffing and catching her breath. Did she sprint here for the punchline?
Were you talking about me? Looks like I got here right on time.
I don't know if I'd call it. I was going to introduce her beforehand, but... Well, no, it's as good as any. To rip this band-aid off, I guess.
Goodness! Nice to meet you.
Caprice, this is my mom. Mom, this is my friend who's been helping me out with tutoring and stuff.
So I heard.
Mom laughs loudly, unfazed by her explosive entrance. Almost simultaneously, they exchange large smiles.
It is so good to finally meet you. Olive talks about you all the time, you know.
I do not, Mother. Please, refrain.
All of it is good, I hope.
Refrain, Mother.
Naturally.
Mother, please refrain. They're quick to get lost in their own conversation, pushing me off to the side, as they catch up with like old friends. And I, too, diner work.
The fact that you work with your mom is so cool. I want to do that someday too.
Pretty Mother. Love the mom. Mom is cute. Look at her go. Love that mother.
We make a good team.
Mom beams in response. It's a relief to see I can still make a positive impact on her mood. I owe over my new flower pot.
Oh yeah, I noticed that when I came in. What's the deal with all the flowers?
I must have given Caprice an excuse to bring that up. With my careless gaze. Thankfully, Mom seems fine retreading the topic with me.
Oh, I just wanted to give Ollie a little something for all their hard work lately. Besides, Quinn needed a friend anyway.
Quinn?
Mom looks to me to answer the query. I wish she had picked a better time to involve me in the competition outside of one of the more embarrassing sentences I've said today.
It's the name of the cactus I take care of at home.
Aww.
The fact that that sounded sincere just makes the embarrassment worse.
I painted the pot too, you know. An indirect inspiration from you helping Ollie along, actually.
A light bulb seems to go off Caprice's head.
Your mom's got the right idea, Ollie. Regardless of what's being drawn or painted or whatever, something like a gift is gonna have a bunch of heart put into it. You're just gonna have to tap into that kind of energy for your final.
I guess that makes sense, but it feels like trying to brute force something like that for a grade goes against the entire concept.
Maybe I'll just turn this in for my final grade then.
That's no fun. I want to see what kind of work you can do.
In a way, maybe the art club and all of our activities have been a stroke of secret genius on Caprice's part. With all the emphasis on just doing art, it's a lot less daunting of a concept. Mom's gift is an example. She put her heart into it, and I know she hasn't been studying color theory or the golden ratio. Even as people start filling in orders are placed, I find myself coming back to Priest's table more and more. She orders herself her usual prize of to not take out a table. Not that Mom or I would ask her to leave anyway. The afternoon becomes evening as we while away the time. The incoming dinner rush eventually forces both Mom and I to focus more on work. But even then, Mom makes time to grab Caprice refills and ask more about her. I keep catching Caprice stealing glances at the flowers, and at one point, she finally regards me with a apologetic look.
Hey, Ollie. Sorry for promising to help with coming up with ideas, but I gotta bail. I want to buy some art supplies on the way home, and the shop will be closing soon.
Yes, only once, Olivia. I need to go dehydrate one again. I'll be right back. I return.
No problem. I think I get the basic idea anyway. We can talk more at the next meeting.
I miss these early exits. At least that's what I tell myself. It's hard to wrestle with wanting her to stay some more.
Hopefully sooner.
She bounces to her feet. Before leaving the streetcar, she turns us one last time.
It was nice to meet you, ma'am. You've been a real help to me, too.
Small wave, she's gone.
I like her.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
A couple of days later. By now, this is becoming a regular part of my life. Meeting with the Caprice and the others every couple of days, sometimes more than that. It's been long enough for things to start feeling familiar. Caprice at the front of the room, sitting at her throne, while the other three are off minding their own business. Today, though, is something different.
Oh, okay. How about this sort of lighting, then? Does that look right?
That'd make the shadows too harsh and ruin the atmosphere you're going for.
Caprice and Eileen hunch over a phone, talking in a way that almost you're taken as civil. Curiosity gets the better of me as I step forward to take a peek along with a greeting, only for Caprice to hastily bring the screen to her chest as she jumps in surprise at my appearance.
Oh, Ollie. Hi.
Am I interrupting something?
I was just getting some input from Eileen about my final.
Eileen's face mirrors my own skepticism. I catch myself feeling unusually hurt that she tries so transparently to hide something from me, but it's a small enough exchange for me to bury it down and refocus on why I'm here to begin with.
Sure. On the subject of finals, I wanted to start talking about mine, actually.
Her phone, Eileen, me. Her phone, Eileen, me. Caprice's head, what? Her phone, what? Huh? What? What's that sentence? Her phone, Eileen, me. Chris's head swivels between us. Okay, the period confused me. The period and the period there confused me because that's technically a sentence, but that sentence by itself felt so weird to look at. Her phone, Eileen, me. Chris's head swivels between us, her expression deflating a little more between each movement. Maybe if the word "and" was there. Her phone, Eileen, and me. That would make more sense than just like her phone, Eileen, me. Sentences. I hate them. I hate the fucking English grammatical system where this is a sentence this is a complete sentence probably, but it feels weird to read.
Yeah,
If it's just bouncing off ideas for now, Wallace and I can help you today if you want.
No, it isn't. It's not a complete sentence, but sure. What? What do you mean, but sure? You think I know English grammatical systems and do you think I know how to write? Do you think I'm a right woman? Allison pairs her offer from the back of the room with a small wave as if to remind the three of us up front that she's still there. Barely. Barely. I barely wrote them. You witnessed my inability to grammar any sentence possible. Even a rat pointed out the fact that I still repeated words to not even back then and now. That Wallace looks indifferent to being dragged into her offer to help, which is a setup from rejecting. Step up from rejecting it, I suppose.
that'd be perfect. Ollie could use some additional input anyway, right?
Sure. She gives me a wide smile and before giving me a chance to respond, goes back to poring over a phone with Eileen. They're back and forth, art mumbling, acting as the only noise in the otherwise silent room. I was at a house where a brother and sister were living together. And the brother was really weird. I think, if I remember correctly. I just wrote that, and it's nothing that interesting. The story is fucking shit, guys. Trust me. I wrote it. It ain't good. I would know.
If it's more about the thought than the execution, then I don't understand why you're stressed about it.
I remember it all. It's fucking shite.
The final could just be sign your name, and I'd be worried beyond belief considering what's on the line here.
It was not. It's fucking shit. You didn't even say the worst of it. That was like the best. The second. I guess that was the best one out of the three options. That's like the latest one, anyways. So it's the best one. The worst one is fucking shit. It makes no sense, and I still hate it. I don't think it's finished. All three of those were not finished, and they'll never be finished ever, and I'm okay with that fact. I made peace with that fact years ago.
Fair enough. Still think you're drastically overthinking things, though.
I can't expect others to feel the weight of my situation, but I at least wish I didn't have to explain it so often.
You'll be fine. You said you wanted to talk with Caprice about it, right? Did you have any ideas? Maybe we can help push you in the right direction.
When Caprice initially explained it to me back at the diner, I told her I understood, but now I have been prompted by my thoughts. I find myself doubting how much I am into that.
I enjoy taking care of my plants, so maybe like a flower or something?
I think the gaps of silence in the middle of my sentences really help sell my pinch. It's great.
Yikes.
Thanks, Wallace. Despite Allison looking deep in thought, it was Wallace and his deadpan expression to reply first. I wish his response didn't immediately send a chill down my spine, though.
I know I just said this, but you're thinking too hard. Actually, it may be better to say your thinking is too rigid. I'm not your professor, but the way you described it sounds to me like he doesn't want a picture of something you like. He wants a picture showing how much you like it, if that makes sense.
That sounds infinitely more complicated to me.
It does, but I get it. I get it. That makes sense to me. I think.
It doesn't have to be. It's just like, a feeling? Sorry, Caprice is a lot better at this than I am.
Mentioning Caprice causing me to disengage. Fire! In the conversation, dragging my eyes to the front of the room where she and Eileen are still quietly talking about shop. Split up into two groups on opposite ends of the room. It feels like we're a whole world apart. I've tried pushing it off my mind, but I really do wonder what she's working on.
It could be about Caprice, maybe?
That's gay.
What?
That's gay.
Your final, I mean.
That's Allison, that's gay?
No, I know. I just mean... What?
That's gay. I think I was staring for just a second too long. Or at least I hope it was just a second.
Oh, I just meant that she had been helping you with things, and maybe it'd be easier to express that gratitude through your project.
Just like how you would make an assignment on Eileen, Allison?
I think I'm gonna stick to botany, actually.
That's fine. It was just a thought.
If those two bothered looking back here, it would be quite the show, I'm sure. Especially Wallace's face here. Wallace, you're gonna change your expression anytime soon? Any minute now, Wallace, you can stop making that weird smug face. Allison's smile looks as sincere as it does timid. Wallace's slight smirk and the heat rising in my face must make for an unusual combination for any would-be onlooker.
She does have the right idea, though. You need to stop trying to handle this so literally and focus on telling a story instead. A picture is worth 1,000 words, etc.
The irony of my final being boiled down to just tell a story. When I decidedly opted out of writing club is not lost to me. My ability to read is in fact lost to me, though. Nevertheless, the explanation makes some kind of sense. Even if I feel like I'm not really any close to figuring out what I want to do with it.
You guys talking about me?
No. It's my turn to jump from my chair as Caprice's hand slaps my back.
Not really. No.
I respond before I could fully connect myself, desperate not to let others to answer the question.
Bummer. Part of me wanted you to mourn my tutoring today.
I did.
Olive's going to be fine. I think Wallace explained the concept well enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no more need to talk about what my project could be about.
If that's all, I think I'm going to head out. Wanna grab a coffee on the way home, Allison?
Okay.
Gay. Allison springs up as eager as I am to eject herself from this conversation. Sensitive with her partner's response, Eileen turns to Caprice.
I can keep giving advice if you want, but I can also just outright help you do it if it'd be easier.
You can't do my final for me, Eileen. That'd be cheating.
I really can't help but wonder whether she thinks she's actually fooling anyone. Eileen's sigh seems to serve as a sufficient substitute for a proper response to her weak attempts at a cover up. With a quick nod to Wallace and Eileen's out the door, with Allison right behind her. It's not long before Wallace packs up his things and follows suit as well. Packing my things up with Caprice isn't uncommon at this point, but the quiet today feels different, though. I can't help but put my finger on it. I glance up from my busy work to get rid of my club leader. The energy she typically shows when stuffing papers and supplies into her backpack is absent. Instead, replaced with slow, distracted actions as if her hands were simply going through the motions. She looks up and catches my eyes for a moment with mutual shocked both of us. Which mutually shocked both of us into returning to our cleaning. After a few moments, she's the first to break the awkward silence.
Sorry for letting you down today.
The shift in tone so sudden and opposite of her usual self that it's hard to even parse what's even pausing for.
Just like, I promised you at the start if you joined the club, I'd be personally responsible for you, and instead I just...
She proceeds to do a small motion with her hands as if to shoo a little animal away. Her sigh as she does so, adding an additional layer of guilt to her saddened puppy vibe. I'm taken aback by it. Of course, I've been feeling worried and even more stressed about her presence, but seeing her expression, I know, well, without a doubt, it wasn't without good reason.
Don't worry about it. I know how stressful, finals can be.
She snorts a laugh, a sad smile on her face. She must feel me looking at her, as after some hesitation, she speaks again after raising her head slightly.
I wish it were just that, This whole thing with Millie has just been... I don't even know.
She messes up her own hair in frustration, then slams her hands back down on the table. I stop backing up, turning to face her. She's hung her head again. Her voice a strained mix of anger and stress.
I just can't figure her out.
You two are still fighting, then.
She heaves a sigh.
Yeah. It's like she's just sick of me. And, like, I know that's a personal problem, and you passing is super important, so it isn't fair that you have to deal with this. Sorry. This whole time, it's been like... I'm trying to solve one problem, and I just end up making a new one instead.
Thanks for letting me know what's been going on. I've been kind of worried about you. Not just me, everyone in the club. I don't know what it's like to fight for so long with someone you care about, but I'm sure you'll work it out eventually.
Wallace pouts, crosses her lips. I edge a bit closer to lean against the table she's standing in front of, trying to catch her eye.
Plus, even if you've been busy with other things, you've managed to help me out a lot. You really made a great thing here.
I give her a smile, leaning a bit to make sure she can see it. And know that I mean it. She turns away slightly, but the corners of her mouth betray her brooding.
Really? How? Name 3 things.
The Baroque style painting. Is she trying to quiz me during a heart-to-heart? I can't tell if she's being stubbornly competitive or attempting to make up for lack of leadership earlier. Still, I can't fail if she's going to test me.
Okay. What about pointillism? Lots of dots to make a picture. I think that lesson went pretty well.
That was a good one. You made a really nice sunset.
Secondly, field trips. I can't remember the last time I left the house for something fun before this.
What? Ollie, that's gloomy. You're so gloomy. Like a cat in the rain.
That's me. What cat? At the art club.
Number 3, the time you lent me all your art supplies. I don't think I would have ever tried something new otherwise.
That doesn't count. That was all Allie. That's 3, though. I guess you win.
Woo, I win.
All of that aside, you've been helping me a lot outside of your scheduled hours, too. So if you need some time to handle your things with Millie, don't feel bad about it.
I'm not sure if she's just thankful to me for playing along with the bait, but it's nice to see her transition back to her default smile.
Thanks for understanding. Still, next time the meeting will be twice as long to make up for it.
Great.
Did Allison and Wallace help with brainstorming at all?
I want to say Wallace's explanation helped me and end it there, but Allison isn't far off the mark. It's true that by and large her lessons have been less particular teaching and less practical teaching and more hands-on, but I don't know how to decide if I guess. I don't know how to describe it. I guess I was taking her energy and willingness for granted.
I have a few general ideas, yeah.
Ooh, do tell.
I mean, You aren't sharing yours, so...
Ah.
What? Come on, I can't help like that.
You've been doing just fine so far.
Every sitting somewhere comfortably between a pout and a smile is a good enough indicator that the doom and gloom she was feeling is entirely gone. They must break off, packing her notebooks and other scholar knickknacks. I wasn't lying to make her feel better or anything. Without Caprice and the club she built, I'd be drowning. It used to be terrifying to pick up a pencil and just start drawing. Now, even if it's bad and amateurish, I could do it. Regardless of how it turns out, she's been there to cheer me up on through every mistake and push me to try again. As the club meeting is officially adjourned, I find myself thinking about how grateful I am to Caprice and for just a second too long. Two weeks later. The chill of the winter has been creeping in recently, so I was starting to think it was about time I stopped taking my bike to school. As I mentally prepare myself for this, we were suddenly hit with winter in full. The snow lining the streets has made my decision for me. My apartment complex may not be glamorous, but the transit stop within walking distance almost makes up for the poor heating and paper-thin walls this time of year. Last semester, I had classes first thing in the morning, making the trolley feel like a sardine can filled to the brim with people commuting to work. Thankfully, my schedule starts a bit later in the morning. Rushed in the rush this time. So the schedule starts a bit after the morning rush this time. So most of the busybodies should have come and gone by now. As the trolley slows to a stop, something catches my eye, or rather, someone waving frantically to stop, standing in front, standing behind, standing before it's safe to do so. Make sure I can see her.
Ollie!
Caprice's shout attracts some attention, but everyone quickly returns to their phones or this morning naps. My heart pounds in my chest, immediately sparking a feeling of self-consciousness. Still, it's unmatched when compared to seeing her excitedly pat the seat next to her, preemptively scooting over, and make my way over to her as she continues the morning greetings.
Hey! You're riding the trolley too? I haven't seen you here before.
I just started today.
Oh, we're gonna be riding buddies then.
I see next to her. The dreary, cold landscape fades away as the trolley picks up its speed again.
Should I expect more pop quizzes?
I'll think about it. Do you want to hate the commute?
I'm leaning towards enjoying it instead, but I'll keep my options open. I take it you and Millie don't carpool anymore?
Yeah. Bleh.
That bad, huh? Sorry.
At least we can carpool together now.
I don't think this counts.
It definitely does. Hey, do you want to see something I made recently?
Sure. I huff a laugh as Caprice animatedly interrupts me then waves her phone around like she's showing off already.
Yeah, sure.
Hmm?
Judge you down.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Can I please see?
Well, if you insist.
I can't help laughing. Any lingering cold from the weather, now warmed by the atmosphere of our shared space. Brit scoots clear, unlocking her phone and scrolling through her gallery for a minute, for landing on what looks like a movie poster. The colors are bright and bold, more than making up for the poor camera quality. Well, I can't make out the text. The overall effect is striking.
Wow. You really made that?
Her grin is proud, but a little sheepish.
There was this contest at the aquarium. My mom told me about it. I didn't win, but I came pretty close.
What's up, Bob?
Can't imagine who won. This would have been my top pick for sure.
I might be biased, though.
Aw, come on, I'm not that good.
I mean it. Even if I'm the bottom rung of the art club, you don't need to be a chef to know good food or whatever.
Sure. Back at the beginning of the year, seeing her so enthusiastic about art that mostly amounted to posters and text didn't make sense to me. Now when I think about everything that goes into graphic design, graphic design's my passion. It makes perfect sense. Chris is always focused on making sure that what she felt was seen and heard, and her design leaves little room for guessing. Chris pulls her phone away, idly swiping at the screen. A bit of the color rises in her face.
Thanks.
Graphic design's my passion.
Seems like you could make a decent living doing design and stuff if you wanted to.
Yeah. It's your passion. She scrolls through her photos idly as she processes my response. Her eyes shifting back and forth a couple times before she answers.
Maybe when I'm a little better, I could use it for some income. But it's just a hobby. I love drawing and designing, but I don't know if I want to make it my job, you know?
You're that dead set on marine biology, huh?
She turns to her phone for now, looking out in the distance with brighter eyes.
It's been my dream for a long time. I basically grew up at the aquarium. I really want to work with otters and sea lions and everything in between.
After catching my eye for a second, her smile softens and continues looking away from me, again in process.
Like I told you, in some ways, they helped raise me. I'd like to return the favor somehow, I guess.
The trolley isn't necessarily warm, and everyone in here is wearing at least a little blush on their face. Even still, it's easy to spot Caprice's intensifying just a bit.
I know that sounds weird.
Nah, it makes perfect sense to me.
Also, what the fuck are you wearing? Why are you only wearing two sweaters? What are you, Canadian?
If it were up to me, I'd never leave the diner. It's nice work, and I practically grew up in those booths.
But what are you studying for then?
I don't have a major if that's what you're asking. I'm just stumbling around to find something to support my mom, really. She deserves some rest more than anyone. Before this mess of a semester, I was dabbling in business, but...
Blech.
yeah. Ugh.
Caprice doesn't say anything yet. Doesn't say anything, yet again, taking more time to mull it over. A small smile lingers on as she nods, looking up at the sky. She really has her path figured out. Maybe she's so passionate about everything she does because she knows what her passions are. We sit in silence like this as the city passes by outside the window. Never mind it. Before I might have just been happy for some peace from Caprice's energy. This is different.
Has it always been just you two?
She just pulled me out of my trance, not with one of her typical shouts, but with a simple, quiet question.
Mostly, yeah.
I closed my eyes a bit, thinking it over. Even when she was married to my dad, it really was just us.
What did she think about it?
About us roughing it out?
No, I mean, what does she think about your goal?
That's a good question. My goal? I've never really thought about my future prospects in such an optimistic term. Calling what I'm doing now a dream or a path towards some definite end point doesn't feel right.
Not sure. Mostly because I don't know what exactly it even is myself.
Oh, well, you still have time to think about that, right?
She doesn't press any more than that. I have my brain searching for a better response.
Want to hear a story?
Sure.
Please.
She smirks. The change of subject comes as nothing short of a total relief. Got a little too close to having an identity crisis there.
So the other day, in my science class, the professor comes in and hands out a quiz, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's covered in subjects we didn't talk about at all.
Uh-huh.
I read ahead in the book a little, so I recognize it, but there's no way anyone else did that. No one's saying anything, though.
Huh. Maybe they didn't consider it worth the hassle. That's how I'd think.
But then they'd all just fail. If you don't correct mistakes, they just cause more problems.
Maybe nobody studied and were afraid of being caught.
Well, I studied, and I know Allison did. I turned to her, and she had this confused look, too. Obviously, something is wrong here. Someone had to say something.
And here enters the hero of our story.
It's her.
Exactly.
So, you stood up in the middle of a quiz?
Do you know how long it took for me to convince the professor I really had something serious to say?
Out of curiosity, how often are you shouting out in class?
Not that often. Not during quizzes. What kind of person do you think I am?
I do share one class with you.
You're making fun of me.
She laughs as she lightly smacks my shoulder.
All I'm saying is the professor knew you pretty well.
Yeah, well, we students have to speak up for ourselves. College is a dialogue.
Where'd you hear that one?
You think I can't come up with it myself? So anyway, listen. I stand up, megaphone in hand.
Megaphone?
He wasn't listening, and I had it under my desk for a rally later. Anyway, let me finish the story. I turn it on.
Every story she has to share tangents into another one, with no natural end. My initial impression of her was right on the money. She definitely doesn't have any sort of filter. As she starts sneaking more smiles and chuckles out of me, I begin to think it's maybe not a bad thing. Just no circles. What do you mean? Don't you have a megaphone under your desk in your classroom? We focus on Caprice chatting away. So focused on Caprice chatting away, I didn't even realize when we finally stopped at our destination until the driver makes a last honk.
We better get off. Come on.
She hops out of her seat and dashes out before I even have the time to think. I grab my bag and follow her as quickly as I can. When I step off in front of the campus gates, a slight wind catches me off guard and I can't help but shiver through the heavy coat. Caprice, the fucking Canadian, is wearing a hoodie.
Will you be riding this way from now on?
At least until the weather warms up.
Ooh, we really will be riding buddies then.
I guess so.
I'll be looking forward to it.
The smell really is bright this morning, and I can't help but feel just a little bit warmer looking at it. That's pretty gay.
Sure. Me too.
A few days later. The goal today is manageable, mostly ignorable, with my coat. Good thing too is that I woke up to a text this morning suggesting we go to the zoo as a club outing. Unlike most other times, sometimes something like this gets postponed, there was little resistance to the idea. Even if I lean in Wallace's faces may imply otherwise. That's because, oddly enough, it was Allison who brought the idea forward. Chris was eager to accept it, and, well, I find myself not really minding anymore.
Whoa, it's practically deserted.
Couldn't imagine why.
Mm-hmm. Chris holds a pamphlet in her hands, at least a dozen more tucked under her arm. Her head visibly rotating as she reads, putting every word to the heart.
This is my favorite time of year to visit.
Would you say it's... Actually, a bit too late to make the joke, isn't it? Because there's already... Damn, I missed it. I missed the joke, dang it. I missed trying to make the joke. Oh well.
A lot of the animals are holed up avoiding the cold, though.
It's a sentimental thing.
Ah.
It's rare to see Eileen put on the back foot like that. Especially after only one sentence.
Okay, I finished making our plans for the day. We're starting with the polar bears.
The what?
You won't even be able to see them. They'll blend right in with the snow.
All I'm hearing is, wow, Caprice, what an excellent opportunity to learn all about color contrast.
Fuck. He seems to know when he's beat as he slumps his shoulders.
I'll get all of us some bottled water and catch up with you in a bit. I'm going to need a second set of hands to carry them, though.
Eileen?
I've got it.
Gay.
Actually, I was sort of hoping I could get Olive's help here.
Oh! Less gay. Surprising. Caprice is the first... Surprising. Chris is the first to try to argue. Eileen, on the other hand, seems content to just leave it there, which is just as shocking.
I wanted to chat with them a bit. About some club stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay, but don't keep us waiting for too long.
Sure thing. See you soon.
With my assurance being enough to convince her, Caprice herds her flock off, barely cooperating sheep, off towards the polar bear exhibit with the wave. Once they're on their way, Allison starts approaching their little freshman stand, looking behind her and waving at me, just to make sure I follow.
So, what's up?
What's up?
I've been thinking about your final.
Oh yeah? I'm all ears if you've come up with anything.
She pauses the conversation for a moment to place her order, handing over a few bills to the person in the booths, starts piling bottles on the counter.
I don't know if you remember, but a while back you were telling me how you could only really focus on one thing at a time without getting overwhelmed?
Yep.
Huh.
With the 5 bottles in her possession, she gives a quick glance behind us to make sure there's no one else in line. Then begins spinning all the bottles around so the labels are visible. There's a total of 4 animals across the 5 labels. A pair of sea lions standing out from the pack.
I think maybe you should lean into that and make your final project based on what feels overwhelming to you. It's bound to be filled with emotion and stuff by default then, right?
That makes sense, I guess. But it's hard to really articulate something like that. It wouldn't really be overwhelming if it was easy to organize and file away.
Just separating and grouping up the bottles, picking out different animals for each of our fellow clubmates. Despite the fact that all of these will likely be the same as they've been by the end of the day.
Maybe you just need to anchor those feelings to a place or person?
This again. Before I have time to interject, she's already begun continuing her thought.
Like, there's probably better times of the year to visit the zoo. But I've been looking forward to coming during the snowy season all year.
I wonder why.
Eileen took me here around this time last year on our first date. So, I always associate a snowy zoo with that memory now. So, if I want to enjoy the zoo, I come during a warmer part of the year. But if I want to think about that time, I come during the winter. Like I said, it's hard for me to retain things unless it's for school or whatever. But the zoo keeps me grounded to a lot of things that are important to me.
Any second now.
You just need to find someone or something important to you and figure out how they've been able to help you through this.
Taking 3 bottles in her hand, she passes the remaining 2 to me. The twin sea lions, just in case she was being too subtle before.
I'll think about it some more. Thanks.
It's what I'm here for.
With our competition over and our stash of water bottles divvied, we start making our way to the polar bear as quickly as we can, without breaking into a run, neither of us wanting to keep Caprice waiting too long. Anything but subtle, I guess.
Cross-hatching, right?
Ah. We're sewing.
Yep. Now what's a fugitive color?
A what?
A color that changes over time when exposed to various elements.
What is that shirt? What's that? What is that sweater? That feels like a crime.
Right again. Okay, so how about...
Chris continues to flip through the textbook as we walk the hallway to the art room, flipping out random pages without much concern for the rhyme or reason. With each pause comes a question. As soon as I answer one, another is already ready to take its place. Today was a quiz day. I didn't do as well as I hoped I would, a fact that must have been pretty obvious with how quick Caprice was to console me after class before getting right into her impromptu study session.
And what creature has the thickest fur of all known mammals?
Huh?
I refuse to believe you're still pulling questions from that book.
Just seeing if you were paying attention. Okay, now...
What was the answer? The last thing I'd normally want to do after underperforming on a test would be to jump immediately back into this, but something about Caprice's energy makes it breathable, bearable, polar bear. If it weren't for the stress surrounding the situation, you could maybe even call it sort of fun. It is a special sort of someone to ceaselessly distract from a test by bombarding you with study prep, but Caprice managed to find a way to neither last. One of her questions managed to drag me back to reality.
Who has brown hair, blue eyes, and desperately looks like she needs a nap?
It takes a couple of seconds for me to realize Caprice has stopped walking and was alongside me. Ah, I see. After a quick swivel, I found my tutor smiling wide at her orange-clad friend leaning casually against the wall, all but lost in the crowd of students.
Haley. Got it in one.
She reaches her greeting with a small yawn and a half-hearted wave.
You look how I feel.
I try to smile as I retrace my last couple of steps to join the two again. It's coming a lot less naturally to me than it was a few minutes ago.
Could have fooled me with how you two were practically skipping through the hall together. Classes have been running me ragged.
Ollie passed the test today.
I'm gonna so sincere that tone is so earnest. It almost makes me forget about this actual score.
Oh, is that so? Congrats, Ollie.
Thanks, Haley. Fuck you. Ah! There's the despair kicking in. I feel my face grow more red the wider Haley's smirk gets.
Barely passing. It was just a 7 out of 10.
Sounds like a pass to me.
That's what I was telling them. As a matter of fact, I've been throwing questions at Olive ever since we got out of class, and they haven't missed a beat this entire time.
Caprice grabs my shoulder with her free hand, shaking me with a proud smile across her face. I want nothing more than to disappear when I await another one-liner from Haley, but it never comes.
Glad to hear things have been going well for you, even if you don't think they have. Almost there.
I haven't become numb to Caprice's praise and optimism. If anything, time spent with her doesn't really show me how sincere all of it is. Even still, hearing her thoughts echoed by someone else strengthens the warmth in my chest.
Thanks.
I feel Caprice's grasp on my shoulder tighten just for a moment before she releases me.
You gonna survive the rest of the day, Haley?
If we weren't so close to going home, I don't know if I'd be able to answer that.
Don't fall asleep on me just yet. We've still got a meeting to get through.
Sup? The second surprise guest of the afternoon elicits a grimace out of Haley as she strolls up, though I'm not entirely positive it's because of the friendly ribbing. Caprice, in contrast, stiffens her back, her smile dampening just a touch.
Millie, hey.
Good afternoon, you two. Managing to keep your head above water, Olive?
I already hate being singled out as it is, let alone when I'm transparently being used to deflect attention from Caprice.
Just barely.
That's such a relief to hear. I've been worried for you.
Then why not talk to me? You know where I am,
Worry about.
most of the time.
Ollie across the finish line if it's the last thing I do.
I'm sure you will.
The fucking unison arm raise. Something about how Millie says that feels like a jab. Even if the words themselves are completely tame. The mood in the hall shifts. Red rises to Caprice's cheeks as her hands start to curl into fists.
How am I supposed to take that exactly?
What do you mean?
What you just said. You meant something by that, obviously.
I think you're reading into things a little too much.
Oh, really? Ollie, what do you think?
Oh no. I thought my days of being put in the middle of this were behind me. The cold sweat at the back of my neck starts to irritate. I adjust my turtleneck collar as Millie turns to me directly.
It felt a little passive aggressive.
Sketchy skills.
Alright, I can see that.
She turns to Caprice, closing her eyes tightly before looking at her evenly. I dare to sigh in relief when the pressure is off me, and at Millie's mature response.
I'll be direct then. You drag people around whether they like it or not. At least it's good for something. That said, Olive, if she's ever being too much, you need to tell her directly. Several times.
Are you really still mad about that? Well, sorry for committing the crime of double checking if you didn't want to go to the dress fitting. Guess I'm just the worst.
You asked me 15 times.
'Cause we kept rescheduling for you.
And you won't take a hint.
I feel a hole in my stomach as they glare at each other. Their icy back and forth quickly becoming a full-on argument. I keep finding myself thinking I've been helped some way or another by speaking up. But every time it backfires. Haley, even senses the coming storm, tugs at my arm as she warms her way past her friends.
I forgot something in the music room. You free to help carry some stuff?
Hell yeah, Haley. Let's go, pick up that, music stand and your cello. I glance at Caprice, who doesn't even seem to notice me. I turn back to Haley after a wordless nod. She lets go of my arm and starts leading me down the hall, never turning back to make sure I'm falling behind her.
You scared them away.
It's little wonder they left us, what with you all stanced up like that.
Olive would never.
With a dull thud, the door of the music room closes. After the hustle and bustle of the crowds right outside, the silence feels especially eerie.
It's quiet.
It's a music room. What do you expect?
Ironic, right?
You didn't forget anything in here.
Fuck no.
Clever. Even if I did, the actual classroom is locked up back there. I wouldn't be getting it till tomorrow anyway.
Nice. She has a small nod towards the locked door at the side. I was wondering why this place felt so sparse.
So, did you want to talk, or?
Nope, not really. Just thought I'd do you a favor and save you from the worst of it, since I was going to be leaving anyway.
Cool.
Oh.
I'm still feeling a little shaken by watching those two start it off. But Haley seems totally unplussed about this issue as she picks a wall to lean on, closing her eyes to focus on the music.
One of them will come around to pick us up for the clubs once they get it out of their system. Make yourself comfortable.
Despite her invitation, I just stand awkwardly in the middle of the room, not quite sure what to do with myself. I debate making my way back to the pair, but leaving Haley here feels inappropriate. Instead, I figure I can at least try to spark a conversation. Surely I can't blow up in my face again so quickly. Anyway, what do you have to know? Nothing yet! It's time for another dehydration break. Be right back.
Are you giving me permission to slap you?
I'm giving you permission to learn. Now touch it. I said to touch it, not to caress it. Ah! You didn't have to be so rough.
You having fun there? Besides, if she doesn't want to talk, she just won't respond. Or that's what I tell myself to justify this as I open my mouth to speak.
Are they like this at home too?
Her shrug is immediate, so at least I'm not being totally disregarded. Even still, a few moments for her to find the words and respond properly.
It comes and goes. It'll build up to a small shouting match, and then they'll be mostly okay with each other the day after.
That doesn't sound healthy.
I was thinking that. Those are the exact words I was thinking, Olive. Stop it. Stop being me.
I know. They know too, probably.
Then why keep going through the cycle?
The muffled music from her headphones fades as she finds a way to answer my question. It's not long after that she pulls them off from her ears entirely, placing them around her neck once again. Small sigh.
Because they don't really have any other choice, their situation being what it is.
Haley's tone is deadpan at the best of times, but it's hard not to notice the tinge of sadness to her now.
You look how I feel.
It took her making a joke out of it for me to notice my own frown. It's one I've worn several times before, about the same exact situation. Originally, it was because their argument made things messy and complicated, when all I wanted was some help. Now, though...
Are you going to tell me what it is?
If Caprice hasn't told you, you know I can't. Girl code. You just have to believe me when I say they can't really change what's going on. Even if they could, it'd only make things worse.
Dress fitting... 15 times rescheduling... I got on.
From an outside perspective, it just sounds like you've given up on things getting better.
I got no ideas.
It's not like I haven't tried. I wouldn't be sharing a room with Heather 2 days a week by choice if I didn't think it'd help Millie out.
Huh? Haley sneers at Heather's name, leaves her lips, adding emphasis on her already crystal clear point. My head hurts a bit from all the secrecy, but one thing is pretty clear. They're still living together. They're still trying. So...
If they're both willing to try to reconcile most days, they'll be able to figure it out eventually, right? Vague and cryptic situations or not.
It's only after getting a look at the faint hint of surprise on Haley's face that I paused and stopped myself, not realizing how hard I pushed myself out of my comfort zone until I was already well outside its boundaries.
That almost sounded optimistic. Where do you pick that habit up?
I don't know. I know the answer to that question, but I can't find myself to say her name. Loud, all I can do is avert my eyes and scratch on my cheek. Haley seems to take that as a sufficient response as a cat-like grin spreads on her face. I'm not sure if that makes things better or worse.
Don't know.
Well, it suits you.
Worse. Definitely worse. Before we can stew in this awkwardness for too long, the door opens behind us, and its frame stands Caprice, looking like a deer caught in headlights as Haley and I turn to look at her.
You two are still here. Good. Olive, you ready to head over to the club?
Olive? It's a little... There's a little energy in her voice as she gets the words out. I found myself wishing she called me Ollie.
Sure. Is everything okay?
Huh? Oh, yeah. We worked it all out. Just a bad misunderstanding in the end. No need to worry about us. We gotta focus on you.
Who cares about someday when you're miserable now, love?
As soon as she's called out, she's quick to throw her mask back on, her tones springing back to life to a smile spreading across her face. She's given me this expression so many times before, and it always feels sincere. But this time, I join her by the door. Turn to look at Haley, once I'm at Caprice's side.
You gonna be good?
Yeah, I'll start heading over to the writing room in a sec. You two go on ahead.
Okay. Have fun over there. Tell Millie I said hi.
Yeah. You do that.
You said hi to her not even 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, I think she appreciates it more when it comes from you.
Yeah. Her smile doesn't waver, but her tone definitely does. One look at Haley's face tells me we're on the same page.
Alright. See you.
Bye.
And with that, Caprice ushers me out the door and closes it behind us, leaving Haley alone in the room. Later that day, Chris has written on the whiteboard, "Big final project!"
Listen, this is make or break. Your big moment.
The energy she is putting on display now, it's hard not to see it as at least partially forced, given the circumstances. Maybe I'm just overthinking it though, since the others haven't seemed to notice, or if they haven't said anything about it. The rest of the club is gathered around for this discussion. I have the same feeling I get from the mock meetings in my intro to business classes.
We're going to make sure Olive makes the best piece they can make and ace the class.
I don't think we should make the big moment just about me.
In truth, I'm not even sure it's necessary at this point. I've done everything I can to pad my grade before the final, to varying degree of success. All else really left is to put pen to paper. Seeing Caprice still enthusiastic about this is enough reason for me to let this play out, though, even if she's forcing it a little. Seeing her back in her element comes to relief.
Every moment is a big moment. Next question.
Allison raises her hand, a strange concept in this club.
Well, I was thinking. I'm not sure what you've covered in art class, but since Olive has been mostly learning with pencil, I think doing something with graphite or charcoal would be best.
Ooh, Allie's already taking initiative with ideas. I like to hear it.
We learn the fact that pencils are mainly graphite. We'll ignore that fact. We'll ignore that fact. She writes pencil in a bullet point on the board, gritting as she underlines it a few times.
Sticking with what you know is probably your best bet, yeah. That still leaves the matter of what you're actually going to be drawing.
We'll figure it out together.
I can help bounce some ideas around, sure.
So let's discuss this. Olive, what is it you want to do?
I don't actually know.
I've known for a while, at least, the broad strokes. It's not something I really want to talk about, though, because it's Caprice.
You've had all semester to think of something.
Yeah, I know. The good I'm feeling over trying to de-escalate this meeting at the start continues to grow by the second.
I'm aware.
It's okay. Why don't you take some time to think about it? We don't have to decide on anything today.
Caprice sighs with a flourish, then adds the second bullet to the board. Subject, TBD.
Fine. But let's discuss the other topic. Historical influences.
Okay. I'm glad we're off that line of questioning, even if this new one fills me with a different kind of dread.
I barely know anything about that stuff. You saw how I did on my quiz.
You're back on that again? You did fine. You passed. That means you know some things.
How did you do on your quiz?
70%.
Which is a C. Better than passing.
C's get degrees. There are some things you just can't force optimism about.
Okay. Wallace, take out your laptop.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't call me that.
Yes, ma'am. Was anyone to come up with a retort quick enough, or just content to leave the conversation with that? Wallace quickly nods and begins to do as he was told.
We're going to cram as much of this stuff into your skull as we can today. Apply it to your project later.
Despite her choice of words, her actual tone is more like a high school teacher's. I'm honestly not sure how much of the stuff we talked about today will help with my finals, though. I did pick up bits and pieces that I'd like to look into. More than anything, the company is what I appreciated the most. It's been a long semester, but these 4 have made it go by a lot faster. I still feel like an outsider a lot of the time, and their personalities definitely seem to clash in a lot of ways, but I can't say it hasn't been fun. Over the last meeting before I turn my final, and I'll feel like I've let them down if I don't pull through after the help they've given me. One last path forward now. After what feels like a long hour of circular discussion, people start packing their things and saying their goodbyes for the day, leaving Caprice and I all alone, together. As is the norm. She only begins packing her things away once the rest of the club is out of the door. But this time, she stops herself after shoving a few stray pieces of paper away.
Ollie?
Yes?
What's up?
Are you working tonight by any chance?
Nope. I thought I could feel any... I thought I could feel more nervous than I am about my final, but Caprice once again makes the impossible possible.
No, I have the night free. Why?
The building's open all evening for night classes, so we can leave whenever. Do you want to study or go over your final a bit more, maybe?
I find myself at a crossroads. Honestly speaking, after the last few hours, I don't know if I'm mentally capable of enduring any more academics for the day. On the other hand, well, I could think of worse ways to spend my evening. I'm not sure if there's an obvious tell on my face or if my pause lasts just a moment too long. But when I turn my focus back to Caprice, she looks unusually panicked.
Never mind. I know you're busy and it's been a long day. Of course you don't want to be quizzed anymore today. You should...
Okay, it was just a pause. Good, great.
No, I was just thinking about how nervous I was about things still, and how some extra studying would be good. I'll take up your offer, assuming it's still open.
It's open.
Needing no further affirmation, she joins me in sitting at the edge of the table. Reaches behind her to grab my textbook, poring over its contents.
I appreciate you doing this.
Her eyes once wide as they could be as she furiously skims through the pages close.
I haven't been doing enough. I'm just trying to make up for lost time is all.
I remember apologizing for this before. It's still bugging her that much. Maybe she's picked up some bad habits from me. All I could do is sigh.
You've helped a lot.
I promised you more than a lot.
She reaches across me and grabs a piece of paper and a pencil, jotting down questions as she continues to protest my assertions.
I'm sorry for being so negative about the class all the time. I know I've been doing fine. It's just easier to see the glass is half empty, I guess.
I know. That's why I'm so confident in you, and why I feel so bad.
I want her to elaborate so badly, but for whatever reason, I just can't bring myself to ask her outright. Thankfully, she seems to get the picture as she pulls her eyes up away from the text to face me.
You shouldn't have to feel so stressed out about this. I just feel like if I did more... I don't know, if I didn't push you on to the rest of the club as often as I did, you wouldn't be so worried. Maybe you'd have done better on the quiz, and maybe not. But I wanted you to feel prepared going into this with me, and I didn't follow through.
That's not...
But the fact that you feel like your back is against the corner, that you feel hopeless, as awful as that is, the fact that you're still doing everything you can to rise above it is amazing. When it feels like there's nowhere for you to go, it's so easy to feel like giving up and letting whatever happens happen. I can...
Whoops. I missed the way to go back.
When it feels like there's nowhere for you to go, it's so easy to feel like giving up and letting whatever happens happen. I can speak from experience there, a lot more than usual lately, actually.
She lightly taps the pencil on the desk as her eye drifts downwards for a moment, before drawing back up.
But you never let that happen. Heck, you've technically got more time logged in the club this semester than I do. That's sort of embarrassing. You're more reliable than I am.
She chuckles a bit as she brushes some hair out of her eyes. This feels like the best time to respond, but I'm left totally speechless. Still, I'm desperate to not leave an awkward pause hanging in the air, so... I remember the first thought that comes to mind. I have a bad feeling about this.
It was only ever like that because I didn't want to let people down. Mom, you... I don't think I'd have the willpower to go on if it was just personal motivation.
That's okay. There's no shame in relying on the people who love you, even if it's just as motivation in the back of your mind. The point is that you got here in the end.
She smiles through your smile, and I'm quick to return it. Suddenly, as somehow, Caprice shifts her eyes back to the book and the paper she'd been scribbling down, her body visibly tensing up.
I meant loved ones. Like, you know, your mom and stuff.
Ah, I see. As cold as the weather has been getting lately, it pales in comparison to the feel of the shiver going down my spine.
Yeah, don't worry. I got what you meant.
Yes. Nothing gay about this at all.
Question 1.
Nothing gay about this situation at all. Very straight situation. 2 weeks later. Well, we're burning through the semester. Purple clouds shade the sky, outlined by the low flying sun. You, Boston's for you. I remember doing to rest my voice, and Olive has a scratchy voice. Remember that? Remember when that was the thing you told me to do? Ha 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 ha! Rest your voice after karaoke. Yeah, I'll rest my voice. I'm busy talking to a very scratchy voice because this is Olive. This is Olive's voice now. Oh, hello. I go into my relatively lower registry. I go into a relatively lower but neutral registry. And my lowest registry is different though. It's very funny though. Purple clouds shade the sky, outlined by the low flying sun. I stand waiting for the trolley, grocery bags in hand, right at home for the dinner with Mom. I've got to work on my final tomorrow, but this is a rare night where both Mom and I are free, and we want to make the most of it. My ride, eventually, rolls into view, as do a couple of familiar faces.
Ollie!
Here's my riding buddy. It's unusual to run into her at this hour, though. Miss Sifton is sitting next to her, giving a small wave. Miss Sifton, what happened to... Charlie! Giving her a small wave in this stark contrast to her daughter's wild, sweeping gesture. As I approach them, Caprice pats the seat next to her with a flailing arm.
Sit down, sit down!
Yeah.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Olive. Or is it Ollie now?
Good evening, ma'am. Olive is fine.
Okay, Olive. But please, call me Charlie.
Alright.
Ma'am. He comes across as kind of sincere, but I don't think I'll ever really be comfortable being on a first-name basis with her. A feeling I'm sure is coming through with how instinctively I evade her gaze.
Don't bully them.
Is it bullying? I can feel myself sinking into my seat. Charlie laughs. You attempt to avert her gaze, but not her gay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Caprice talks about you all the time. I already feel like I know so much about you.
She does? This is the second time that she's mentioned something like that, considering we've only met twice.
No worries. It's nice to see you again.
Likewise.
I turn to Caprice to answer the question that's becoming more and more invasive. Every millisecond that passes by.
You talk about me, or?
Of course. I tell Mom everything.
I know all about the art club's adventures. She has a new story for me every few days.
She puts a point on that sentence with a gentle smile that reminds me of my own mom's. I guess it's just a thing they're all able to do.
She's told me about your situation. I'm rooting for you too.
Oh, thanks.
These two must share everything with each other. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Caprice is the type to talk anyone's head off. And she must have gotten it from somewhere. I'm really close with my own mom, but the relationship these two have feels entirely different.
There's no way they're going to fail after how much the club has helped.
I don't want to say that, but also I'm worried about Olive. Very worried about Olive. Either way. Really worried. This time I would have protested this, but I know how much she means it. That and I actually find myself agreeing.
Yeah, I really would have been lost without you guys.
Oh, well, you couldn't have done it without yourself either.
The words stumble out of Caprice in a rare moment of bashfulness. Wanting out of this conversation as quickly as possible, she turns back to her mom instead.
Ollie isn't giving themselves enough credit. We wouldn't have made it this far if they weren't willing and determined.
So I've heard. Several times.
Mom, what did I just say about bullying them?
Chai looks to me, raising her hand in a half-hearted wave.
I'm sorry, Olive. You weren't the intended target there.
Excuse me?
Hehehehe. I'm going to die.
I'm glad to hear things are working out. All I hear from Caprice these days is all of this, all of that. How's their progress going? Whether they'll pass their final. You and I are lucky to have her, huh?
Jeez, Mom.
Caprice quickly averts her eyes from her mom and onto me, only to dart them away again when she realizes I'm looking at her. The only option left to her is being stared at awkwardly at the other side of the car.
You sure are, though. Especially you, Ollie.
Having clutched at herself, she points at me, finger, once again, so needlessly close to my face. I can't bring myself to actually pretend to be annoyed.
So where are you headed, Olive?
Home.
Home, if I can help it.
Whoops. They have some bags around with them too, and also takeout boxes, probably full of leftovers from some restaurant.
So was I. Needed to pick up some things for dinner. My mom's over at my apartment.
Oh, how nice. Pass on a greeting from me, won't you?
And from me.
Got it.
Got it. We spend the rest of the ride chatting. I almost missed my stop. Almost.
See you soon. Don't forget to do your best on your final. Don't hesitate to ask me for help.
Bye, Olive. Take care.
I will. Have a nice rest of your night, you two.
As soon as I open the door to my apartment, I'm assaulted by sounds of bubbling water and savory spices.
Hey, I thought I said not to start cooking without me.
You cooked for me last time. I'm cooking this time. Plus, it had to get started soon. This isn't a quick meal.
Well, you're gonna need these.
I hold open the bag I brought full of veggies and potatoes.
Good. It's almost time to start throwing them into the pot. Help with the peeling, won't you?
I free myself from my heavy jacket as quickly as I'm able to, before taking my place beside her at the cutting board, placing the bag of veggies beside us. Between us.
How's your project coming along?
It's coming. She's ready to pull a couple of carrots from the bag and begin her work. I grab as many potatoes as I can for myself, if for no other reason than to try and minimize the amount she has to deal with.
I haven't actually started yet. I'm picking up the supplies tomorrow.
That's good. Do you know what you're gonna do for it yet?
After a lot of talk with Caprice and the club...
I look over at my plant roommates, sitting on their windowsill as always.
I've got something in mind. Maybe.
I'm really glad to hear that. Just a few months ago, you were so unsure about all this.
I'm still unsure. Just a little less than normal now.
Well, I'm sure you've got nothing to worry about. It sounds like your friends are doing everything they can for you.
Yeah, I've heard that enough times from Caprice already.
And you're finally starting to believe it, right?
Maybe.
Maybe a little.
She nods and drops her chopped carrots into the pot before reaching back into the bag.
Speaking of which, I saw her on the trolley with her mom. They say hello.
Ah, I'd love to meet her again someday. Her mom, too.
It'd be nice to make that happen. We could invite them over sometime after the semester.
It takes a moment to realize she stopped her chopping as I finished my dicing the potatoes. I looked at her, worried she may have cut herself or something, but all I find is her face is a smile.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Are the potatoes ready?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
After moving the knives away, she lifts up the entirety of the cutting board, pushing all the cut veggies off of it, into the pot before giving it a good stir.
I was just thinking about how funny the situation turned out.
Huh?
I'm struggling to find the humor here.
It's always been so hard to get a smile out of you growing up. As hard as I tried, I treasured each and every one I managed to earn.
I hope she gets the comedic part of the observation soon. I'm not sure if my heart can sink any lower.
You wear it so naturally now, though. Regardless of what happens with your finals, I really think this past semester may have been one of the best things to ever happen to you.
She finishes her stirring, turning to the heat on the stove down as she places a lid over this pot.
Personally speaking, I think the irony is very silly.
With all the stress and anxiety surrounding it, I want to refute it so much, but in a few days, one way or another of these words are gonna be gone, or at least they won't matter anymore. Where will that leave me then?
Maybe I'll appreciate the joke more later.
It'll grow on you, I'm sure.
As casually as ever, she passes by me to get the sink and turns the hot water on, washing her hands after doing the bulk of the cutting tonight.
So, tell me more about her. Caprice?
There's a lot I haven't really mentioned to her. I just thought it was important to say now. Now I'm not even sure where to begin.
Did I ever tell you her mom works at the aquarium?
Really? What does she do?
She's one of those presenters who talk about the animals.
I tell Mom about the aquarium and Caprice's love and sea life. How she's already making plans for the visit. Even when she isn't physically present, Caprice ends up being the center of attention as I recount our time together over the past semester. From there, I tell her other tales of our little art club. She shares some more stories from work and her own life. It's a warm winter evening. The next day. Last night I went to sleep about 3 a.m., clinging to the hopes that I will never actually sleep. I actually thought that then tomorrow somehow wouldn't arrive. Time has betrayed me once again. Tomorrow is not today, and today is mostly gone. The majority of it was spent at work, the stress of being the only thing keeping me from entering a vegetative state my entire shift. After that, I immediately went out and bought everything I needed. I've settled on using some higher quality colored pencils. I've also picked out a backing board, trimmed the size specified for the assignment, and an oddly specific brand of glue as per the professor's instructions. I'm not sure why they want that type of glue. All that's left is to sit down and do it, I guess. I take a seat at my desk chair, place the bag of various art supplies down on the floor, as gently as I can, knowing they're the most important things I own at this moment. I bought some extras of everything just in case, but that doesn't ease my worry at all. I move my keyboard to the side leaving ample room for my pencil set and paper. Everything's ready to go. Just gotta start. I've had the image in my head for a long time, but now that the time is here, I'm finding it impossible to put it on paper. Even getting the basic sketch down is proving to be too large of a mental hurdle. Is this paralysis stemming from the fear of failing? The fear of letting the people around me down? Maybe just being unsure if I can do it justice. With a deep sigh, I stand up and drag myself to my nightstand, where I had left my phone on silent. I deliberately made sure it wasn't in reaching distance to avoid distractions, but maybe a distraction is what I need. She said to let her know if I needed help with it. Does this count? Not really sure what she could actually do for me right now, but I'm hoping just talking to someone as I work things out will help. I type Caprice's name in my contacts and make my way back to my desk as it begins ringing.
Ollie, sup?
Hey, just working on my final.
Oh, me too, actually. We can have a sort of long-distance club meeting.
Yeah, that's more or less what I was hoping for.
Possum. Possum, look. Possum, look. Possum, wake up. Look over here. Possum, wake the fuck up. Possum, wake up. Possum, wake up. Possum, wake up. Mimo. Otter, miho. This CG also. Here. I say here as if you can get a proper shot of it. You can't, because there's the text box in the way. There's chat in the way.
So how far in have you gotten?
There's drink. I just remember that the Aeon sells a hydro flask that just says drink on it as well. Drink!
The supplies are on my desk.
They do sell hydro flask that just says drink on it. Have you never seen it before? I've looked at it many times. It's in the miscellaneous section. Drink! My favorite brand, drink. Stainless steel drink water bottle. You finally own an official water bottle based on the most iconic character in First Snow. That one vending machine. Eileen Kicked. Its dimensions are 10.5 inches by 2.85 inches. It stores 17 ounces, or 500 milligrams. It's a vacuum flask, double wall construction, insulated. It's for hot and cold liquids. Keep that liquid hot or cold for 6 hours. Hand wash only. Dishwasher not recommended due to vacuum seal. Designed by Top Hat. And Top Hat. High grade stainless steel. For $80 US. 28 US dollars. Wow.
Ollie, you do have something in mind, right?
The disappointment in her voice is like an arrow through the heart.
Yeah, of course. It's just hard for me to get started for some reason.
Fine.
Fine?
She quickly pivoted from disappointment to full frustration. Even after all this time, I have no idea how she managed to do so effortlessly.
I've set my pen down, and I'm
Ah!
not picking it back up till you get moving. If you don't get started, I'm gonna fail.
Don't just drop your pen on your tab like that. Don't just do that.
It's not like I wasn't gonna do it.
My fate is in your hands.
I put it on speaker and placed the phone on the side. On the side. Both minutes free to start working on my project properly. This is one of these things that I know she'd be more than willing to follow through, though. I decided it's a good enough reason to at least get the sketching stage at. To test stage, I'll have to take out a normal pencil and start mapping out how and what to fill out paper.
You've successfully twisted my arm.
Good. What kind of medium are you sticking with anyway?
Paper.
I decided on colored pencils. Like everyone said, I should probably stick with what I know, but I thought colors may help things. Same basic idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So long as it's what works for you.
What about you? I know I've been avoiding this subject, but I don't think you've really been bringing your final up much either.
Oh, I'm trying digital this time. Wallace is letting me borrow one of his older tablets.
Just like her to take a final project for college class to use it as an excuse to try something entirely new.
Is this the thing you were asking Eileen for thoughts for a while ago? You said back then it was your final.
I know the answer, of course, but I'm curious if she's willing to confirm it.
No. That was something different. Doesn't matter much.
Fair enough. I was just wondering at the time what someone like you could ever need a second opinion on.
You're making fun of me again.
Maybe a little.
We'll sit in silence for a while. Both of us chipping away at our projects. I've moved past the sketching stage, relatively happy with what I've landed on. I've started sorting through my sorted prints and pencils, using a piece of scrap paper to compare the colors before submitting. The silence persists, small two-sentence conversations which peppered out here and there, but neither of us make excuses to end the call. I can hear her tap, swift, twap, twap, tap, and swoosh the pen occasionally in her tablet, and I'm sure she can hear me shuffling things about as I try to sort stuff around. Being able to quietly enjoy each other's company like this feels as bizarre as it is pleasant. Sitting here in mostly silence, content with knowledge that someone's on the other side of it who is eagerly listening to the off chance you do have something to say. I guess nowadays, just the idea of Caprice being there is enough for me to inspire. Not that I don't appreciate her attempts of a feel-good speech.
Done.
Huh?
I just finished my final project, I think.
What? Send me a picture! Hurry, hurry, hurry!
You're turning yours in tomorrow too, right?
Yeah, but...
We should show them to each other on campus then. Can be more of an event that way, or something.
In truth, I'm still sort of embarrassed to show it off, but I'm hoping a night of sleep will be enough to calm the nerves enough.
Are you that confident it'll be okay? You sure you don't want my opinion ahead of time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll work out.
Okay, tomorrow it is then. I'll wrap this up and take it to the shop for printing before they close so I can catch you on the trolley in the morning.
Don't rush yourself for something like that.
It'll be fine. We're riding buddies, it's important.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, see you tomorrow then. Thanks for hanging out, Ollie.
Hello, welcome back. Of course she did. I love it. I love Mimo. Welcome back. Mimo. I've still got some tests to handle tomorrow, but with this project done, my shoulders feel infinitely lighter. True to her word from the start of the semester, she was here to see me through the end. I hope things turn out okay. Right now, even more than the actual passing. I want nothing more than just join her again for another semester. To simply be her friend without all the baggage I've brought with me this year. To thank her and the rest of the club properly for everything they've done. I'm not sure if that last thing is even possible with the words alone, let alone here over the phone. Nevertheless, I can at least leave her with something for now.
Thank you too. Good night, Caprice.
The next day.
Okay, time for the reveal. On 3. 1, 2...
When we were in the lot in the trolley, I'd finally worked up the willpower to show her the fruits of my labor. She insisted we wait until we get to the art room, though, playing off my suggestion of making it feel more like a spatial event. The ride to campus was one agonizing slow and way too quick, both meshing awkwardly together and impossible to describe mess of anxiety. When we arrived, she then insisted on waiting until everyone else had left to hang out, or so that we could be next to each other. Now we're here, counting down the slowest 3 seconds of my life.
3!
She flips her canvas and rests it on top of the table in front of her. I cover my own, propping it up. I uncover my own, propping it up the same way. Caprice's final is very her, as a storm of different colors and ideas, all fighting for attention as they push in various directions. Okay. One part catches my eye immediately, though. A small splash of green that makes my heart jump to my throat. Maybe I'm being optimistic, but it's not subtle, right? On the subject of subtlety, it's not like mine is especially vague either, or at least I don't think it is. The red Caprice's face, which undoubtedly matches my own, definitely seems to confirm that. We're so great for each other.
It's not as good as I wanted it to be.
Only look at it. You made this.
She takes the drawing from my hands and flips it back around to me to examine.
Remember when we started? You didn't think you could handle something even half as good as this.
In many ways, I still don't think I can.
Look at how far you've come. Heck, look at how far we've both come.
She proudly taps her creation, clearly a lot less embarrassed by it than I am of mine.
It's not exactly a fair comparison. You were already a great artist at the start.
Well, I'm even better now, and I'll be even better tomorrow.
She adjusts her cap, slightly tipping the brim of the hat up more to meet my eyes directly with a broad smile and sparkling eyes.
And you will too.
She gives me a thumbs up in the most earnest way. I avert my eye contact only to met by the eye on the wall once more.
I don't know. I think I need a break from all this art stuff after this.
I punctuate the statement with a dramatic sigh and slumping the shoulders. I meant to make it come off as an obvious joke, but I wonder if my reaction is all that out of the ordinary.
Oh, what? Come on, you don't mean that.
I wonder.
If my intentions weren't obvious before, I can at least be confident that they are now. Chris responding with a chuckle.
We'd better get to class before we're late.
Oh, you're right.
She helps grab her canvas and make her way to the class one last time. With everything behind us, the art club is having its last meeting of the semester at the pizza place we used for the special occasion.
And after this begins our winter semester meetings.
Yep.
I knew it.
Hey, I'm not taking any winter classes.
Oh. Awkward.
I don't think anyone is, right?
Oh. Awkward.
It doesn't matter. Classes or not, the club never sleeps. Today is a celebration day, though. We made it through.
Right. Made it through. I checked my phone. It must be the 12th time today.
Ollie!
Yes, what is it? The page is loading.
Ollie, stop looking at your phone.
I'm just trying to see my grades.
One of the classes I'm reassured to be confident in, but the art final is my last big stressor. The professor said that the grades would be posted relatively quickly. I'm not sure if expecting a turnaround in under a day is reasonable, but it doesn't stop me from checking every few seconds anyway.
I know, but it's not there yet. No point in stressing out about it.
Stressing out? No kidding. I've been stressing out about this moment for the past few months. It's pretty much all I've been stressing out about.
I've been trying to check my grades too.
Allison, like me, has been thumbing at her phone all meeting. Somehow I think she has less to worry about than I do.
They probably won't go up until the evening, and that's assuming it'll even be today.
Do you know what time?
That depends on the professor.
How about you wait until tonight to check anyway? Have a fun day with your club and look later.
There's no way I can just forget about it.
Let's talk about something else for now.
Like what?
A brochure slaps down on the table. Eileen reaches out to turn it with her hand, and we all lean over to look at it. It's for the aquarium, representing holiday light decorations.
Oh no.
Isn't it about time we went again? Look at the decorations, the theming!
Oh, pretty.
Isn't it?
It's something you've seen 100 times over already, I'm sure.
While Eileen and Wallace protest, Allison is effectively distracted from her phone for the moment, her eyes shining alongside Caprice's. Planning another aquarium outing doesn't sound like the worst idea right now. Maybe I'll look over some of the pamphlets after checking the phone one more time.
Just give it some thought. There's even special pricing!
Chris is busy shoving the brochure into Eileen's hand as she tries to break away from the group.
Sure. See you later.
She tries to leave, but stops when she notices Allison isn't following the grade. The grades still haven't been posted.
We can hover around the site at home.
Okay.
Hey, best of luck.
Maul gives me a rather strong pat on the shoulder, surprisingly not making me fall over, like a blanket, a napkin, to folding. I offer a weak nod in return.
You too.
Oh, I'm relaxed about this.
We look over at the girls, Allison clutching Teresa's hands.
I'll text you.
Right when you get home. You definitely aced everything.
Well, take care. I gotta get to work.
See ya.
See you.
Later, Olive.
Bye.
The three will wave and depart in the same general direction, I send them off with a wave of my own. As for myself, I have no other obligations today. Besides just waiting around to see if everyone's efforts weren't in vain. I wonder if Caprice is the same.
Hey, Ollie?
Yes?
Yeah?
Wanna walk around for a bit?
Asked and answered. I glanced at the weather outside, but it's not like it would have changed my answer anyway.
Sure. That sounds good.
The snow's been consistent, coating the city on an even layer of perfect white, though it seems to have calmed down a bit. Still, it's cold and wet, and Caprice and I join the rest of the people bundled up in the heavy coats. Lights and decorations have already begun to adorn the cityscape. The beauty of it all makes the cold worth it. I feel a pressuring urge to bring up our final project. Both of them weighing heavy on my mind. As stressful as it is wondering if I have a future in the university, it's paled in comparison to wondering if I'm overthinking this morning. Worse yet, if maybe I'm seeing something. I want to see if I'll be disappointed if she tells me it didn't mean anything.
I've been thinking of buying some new kitchen stuff.
Huh? I look up from checking my phone another time for more distraction.
Huh? You?
The face again. She pouts in my direction. It's cute.
Mom's been talking about how she wants a new pan, so I've been looking around for a decent one.
Ah, I see.
Ah, yes. For your mother. Yeah, for your mom. Yes, your mother, no one else, your mother. I give a nod, like everything makes sense now. Chris puffs, putting her hands on her hips and tilting her head at me.
And if I'm ever going to learn how to cook myself, I'm going to need some stuff too, right?
I see. I laugh a little, nodding. She's so sincere, like always, that I drop the slight teasing despite her playing along.
Right. Sorry. Well, why don't we take a look?
Pleased that she's successfully convinced me, Chris walks into step with me, following my lead. We head our way to a store selling kitchenware and utensils. The two pans Chris bought clank around in her shopping bag as we walk through the cool city streets again. It's not the most exciting place to visit. Still, we spent an exorbitant long time admiring random kitchen gadgets and cute tableware that by the time we leave, it's nearly dark out.
Can you teach me to cook?
You want me to?
I think it's only fair, right? After all I did for you this semester?
Well, I'm not sure I'm qualified.
I'm not even trying to be cheeky. I don't really tutor anyone or anything.
Obviously you are. You do it for a living.
So?
Well, yes.
Nuh-uh. That should have ended at the yes.
Part of me wondered why Caprice never came across it as pushy. As she gives me a stern look that immediately dissolves into a grin, I'm once again confident that it's because her positivity is coming from her heart. It also feels intentional. She wants the best for everyone around her. And whenever she's a glimmer of hope in someone, she puts up everything into bringing it to the surface. Yet you can't sort out the Millie situation still.
You're going to teach me to cook. The decision's final.
I guess it wouldn't hurt. I could at the very least prevent her from accidentally destroying her apartment.
Fine. As thanks for all the help.
Great. Come on.
She needs to jog, a bag bouncing behind her in her hand.
Hey, be careful.
To be honest, the thought sounds more and more interesting as I think of it. She stops and spins to look at me, somehow avoiding slipping.
I'm glad. I really liked the food you made for us a while back.
Wow. That save was a long time ago. A whole hour ago.
You did a wonderful job, you know?
Ah. When did I last hear something like that? I feel my heart
I was just
flutter a
thinking
bit.
that you look like the sort of person who
And
would
keep on,
enjoy
this is
one
for
of
you.
our fairy kiss chillers.
And posture check.
So I'd love to get together and have you make something again. And maybe steal your skills for myself.
Charlie grasps my hand between hers. They're surprisingly warm.
I thought your project was amazing too. You don't need to worry.
Gay.
Thanks.
I think I'm starting to warm a little.
I wanted to help you. And I was kidding about owing me. You joining the club was more than enough. I was happy about that. So, you know...
Another tune starts playing. Caprice jumps, letting go of my hand, and quickly rummages through every single pocket she has until finding her phone. Gives me a tiny apologetic look and answers it. Turning away sadly. Millie?
Allie! Hi!
Allie, hi. Okay, Allison. Though small, I can hear the excited voice of Allison on the other side.
I did it! 4.0.
Wow! That's amazing! I knew you would do great. Congrats!
Allison's GPA. Her being worried about a 4.0 really does sound how different we are, huh? Wait, if she has hers then. I grabbed my phone to refresh the page, still up where I left it. I had nearly forgotten. Caprice must be looking at my phone and focuses her attention back at me. Alice is on the line. She quickly presses the speaker button.
Ollie! Is it in for you too? Is it?
A second of silence passes until the grade loads in. "85.
I passed!
She pushes tight against my side to peer over my shoulder on the screen. She's still holding her phone against her ear.
With an 85%!
Congrats, Olive.
You did it! You passed! They passed!
Happily, Caprice wraps her arms around me, with the phone no longer near her face. I don't know if she can hear the little sound of Alice and Eileen happily congratulating. Oh Lord, let's just grab this real quick. Which one is it? A score? Here it is. It is this one. After the way the past couple of years floating away, and in its place is only the weight of Caprice against me.
Good job, Olive!
We'll get that answer to my question of when the acts are end. I'm like, when is it ending? Achievement. Okay, that answers the question. The sun melts in the sky as it begins to set. Its hot, vivid colors contrasting the shades of blue and white, sprinkling across the ground. My bag filled to the brim with books. I'm going to sell them at a fraction of the cost I paid for them. The bliss of being rid of them will make up for the sunk cost, I'm sure. It's still a little surreal after stressing about it for so long. I wasn't even sure I'd make it through the semester, let alone successfully. Now I'm only a short time away from collecting my associate's degree. Where am I going next? I don't actually know. I still have a semester to think it over, but it's about time to look at universities or jobs to apply to. Time doesn't stop just because you hit a milestone. I wouldn't be here without Caprice and the art club. What about that? What happens with them next? Caprice says she wants to continue meeting through the winter break, but despite my reservations about whether or not I fit in with the group of artists, I've come to look forward to being with them. I owe it mostly to the club's atmosphere. As much as art is the theme of its meetings, the heart of it is friendship. I hope they've warmed up to me too. Caprice especially. Despite the stress of the days spent with her this past semester stick out vividly as happy memories. Each and every one. The club was part of that for sure, but there's more to it than that. Whenever I boarded the trolley and she wasn't there, I felt a little disappointed. When she was, my heart flipped just a tiny bit. We talked about bringing our books back together, but we didn't plan on going together. The trolley starts to pull up, and I find myself hoping that I see her as it comes into view.
Ollie!
There she is.
Hey, writing buddy.
When's the chapter card gonna pull up? Where's the chapter card?
Campus business, buddy. I've got some club paperwork to take care of. They'll recognize us officially next semester for sure.
You mean you weren't official this semester? I proudly tap my backpack.
I'm returning books. Good riddance.
You made it through. Congrats on passing.
She throws her hands up in an adorably exaggerated cheer.
Thanks, but you already said that.
I know, but twice won't hurt. Or 3 times.
Her arms go up and down again. The emphasis, each exclamation.
Thank you, thank you.
What's next for you?
She asked this before. I'm not quite sure how to answer. For a while, I wasn't even sure if there'd be a next step after this semester. So I honestly haven't been committing much brainpower to it.
I don't know.
Will you still come to club meetings?
Expression eager, she leans in close to me. I try to lean away. I at least know what my short-term plans are.
The winter meetings? Yeah.
I answer without hesitation. She smiles wildly, giving the setting sun some competition.
Yes! I'm so glad you're staying aboard.
Feelings mutual.
Of course. What? Did you think I'd just use you for grades and leave?
That was your initial plan, wasn't it?
Nah, not you. You wouldn't do that.
That was your initial plan, though, but yeah.
She trusted me that much?
It paid off. The art club's latest, greatest member.
More and more, Caprice's little uplifts and compliments start to feel believable. Or at least they seem to be hitting me differently than they used to.
hardly greatest.
Everyone's the greatest, Ollie.
You would say that.
She winks at me as the trolley comes to a stop at our destination.
But there's only one president.
We disembark the trolley together, stretching in unison as we do.
Hey, let's meet back at the club room later.
Is anyone else here today?
Not that I know of.
Just us.
Alright then. See you later.
Bye!
Any minute now, the chapter card the action card will come up. Surely it will show up eventually. She makes her way inside, leaving me alone at the gate. Surely it will show up. Right? Surely it'll show up. She makes her way inside, leaving me alone at the gate. As quickly as the stress making it through the semester left me, another anxiety has quickly taken its place. That'll be as good as time as any to talk about things. Any minute now. Any second. Any minute now. Any minute now. I drop my near empty backpack on the floor and take a seat in what's become my usual chair. The art club is illuminated by a setting sun, the blinds in the window. I've seen this room in this light before, but something about it now feels a little bit sad. It's not just the end of the day, but the end of the semester. It's not the end of the art club, though. I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. Bouncy sound of footsteps alerts me to the reason why coming up the hallway to join me in the room.
It's good to be done with that. I hate dealing with that stuff.
Pops back down. She pops down and sits next to me, near me.
It's part of the job, unfortunately.
Eileen likes to do it instead, usually.
Likes to. Huh.
Well, it's all over now.
Yep.
Slouching lower, she lets out a great sigh. She looks around the room, so I follow her in the lead and do the same. I try to take in the image of the painted canvases, both finished and unfinished. Most are Eileen's, though. I recognize some of the listens. There's a few posters about some of Caprice's distinct style, alongside a small handful of Wallace's prints. The whiteboard in half-smudged writing reads, Step 1, listen. Step 2, draw.
I wonder how many more times we'll be back here. Not many, huh?
We've got next semester at least.
She allows herself a moment of melancholy as her eyes sweep across the room.
Well, it's not like we need this room to get together.
Just as quickly as it's gone, her usual cheerful self is back again. Quite literally, hopping back to attention as her eyes catch mine again.
Definitely.
I feel there are things I want to say, but I don't really know how to say them. It's hard to even articulate it to myself.
Say, Ollie.
I don't know if I really get it. There's desire, this need, almost, to speak up. But without knowing what will come out of my mouth once I do, it's impossible to rehearse the words in my head.
I've been thinking.
All I can do is pull the trigger and see where it goes.
So listen. I know it hasn't been that long.
Hey, Caprice. Sorry, but can I ask you something?
She looks slightly taken aback. It's at this point I realize I've kind of interrupted her.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
No. Go ahead.
Really, I didn't mean to.
It's fine.
This is gay panic. This is gay. I am more than willing to keep going in circles, but with how much she's stammering, it feels like it'll be futile to try it and push her into it. I mean, I can go first. That's fine, right? I had the words in my heart, but...
What were you gonna ask?
It's too embarrassing and way too forward. There's no way I could do that. She'd probably think it's weird anyway.
It's no good to keep things in.
She's right, of course. Her energy and determination seep into everything she says and does, and I find myself feeding off that as my resolve steals. Now or never.
In fact,
I like you. Would you want to go on a date sometime?
She yells even more high-pitched than usual. She has something of a frantic look. She moves about anxiously. Her face is brightly red, and she laces her fingers together in a characteristically nervous fashion.
Yes.
She has her face in her hands and straights her head.
Is that enough?
you interrupted me. You can't just get the jump on me like that. That's no fair.
Wait, hold on. You told me to go first. With how much you were trying to force it out of me, I figured you'd caught on.
No, I was just saying things. I've been psyching myself up for a while.
So it's a yes.
Despite the snowfall outside, it feels like I'm about to melt from overheating. I must be blushing head to toe. And so was she.
Obviously.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. She smiles a little shyly, and it's a new kind of brilliance. Somehow she keeps showing me new ways to glow. We did it! We did it! I can finally leave. We did it. We did it. It's the cactus. It's Quinn the cactus. We did it. Quinn the cactus. Well, that was our Sapphic Sunday for the week. We got 2 gushes. Not a lot. No! A lot. Sadly. For you, I guess. Sadly for you. I moved some things around on the table. We got Yohane there now. We got the Yohane figure I got down there too now. Look at her. I'm probably gonna have to do some lighting fixing because that's not very visible. You can probably see her face. You can probably see her face. Yes, exactly. I have something I was gonna say, but I forgot what I was gonna say. I forgot. Oh well. Can't have been important if I forgot, right? No, it's just, I mean, tomorrow, I'm playing a game. We're doing a game. A game. We're doing a game. A game. Yes, a game tomorrow. At the same time, 3 p.m. EST. Unsure about Saturday stream. I want to do another stream next week. I want to try for Saturday Sunday stream next week. But as you know, that's Christmas Eve. So I don't know how that's gonna go. So, yeah, that's the thing. It is. And then Monday's also Christmas. Unrelated, I am caught up on Homestuck again. Woohoo. Look at me go. I can't fight it. I can never escape Homestuck. It's so sad. It's impossible. I blame it's Ava's fault. It's all Ava's fault. I was fine not knowing. I was fine not knowing it had updated. But I have caught up. And it is all Ava's fault. But that is fine, I guess. It was inevitable. Anyways, yeah, I got nothing else. I remember at all what I was going to say. Yeah, that was Civic Sunday. Let's go rate our usual our target, who is usually live at this time. But yeah, tomorrow tune in for a nice game that totally won't drive me insane playing. I totally won't go insane playing the game that I'm gonna do tomorrow. You don't know what the game is yet until you turn in.